All right. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the first, actually, closed qualifier for the sixth invitational. Your webcam seems to have fallen just
Yeah.
as we started. That's really unlucky. And my mic's kind of loud here. Wow. You think you have prepared for everything, and things still surprise you. So, as I said, first close qualifiers for the NA. Qualifiers, the European ones have been played yesterday, and if I saw ESL's or Rainbow Six's public announcement, there weren't too many casters on the Latin America region, so we won't be seeing too much of them. However, I am Hans, I'll be your host tonight for some of the games. Some other games will be obviously casted by other ESL's community casters. I am joined today by the one and only Jenna. Do you want to introduce yourself?
Hello, hello, hello. I am not quite an ESL community caster, but I am along here with Hans for the ride. I'm, for the most part, his co-caster, and I'm really excited to get these matches done today. We've obviously casted Okami and Katsu before individually, but we've never casted them together. So I am. We did a lot to prepare for this one, so yeah, super excited.
We absolutely did, and I absolutely hope you guys will enjoy what we've prepared for you tonight. So, our first map today will be consulates, and we'll talk about that one soon. Keep in mind, this is a best of three, and the bracket is a double elimination bracket. So, the loser will not be kicked out of the tournament just yet. You have to lose twice in order to be knocked out for good. So it's not a be-all end-all situation for either of those teams. The second map is going to be Coastline. And correct me if I'm wrong. I'll check that one real quick. The map ban seems to be done actually by just saying it in the chat. Yeah, Ban Cafe Bank is going to be our decider. So up until, well, this minute actually, the decider map was not yet picked. It turns out it is going to be Bank. Furthermore, we have casted both of these teams before, so we more or less know what to expect. Do you want to talk a bit about the teams while I show the people what we have prepared for them? However, we should get the scene in order first. So, who do you want to talk about first?
Let's talk about Okami first, because I do have them set up here a little bit. So,
Go ahead.
um, they are a really interesting team to look at. So they actually
Oh,
have
damn it.
picked
Turn
up
off your...
Kilo recently on their team and Benji. So Benji on their team right now is obviously their entry frag. They have he actually does have
Can I
previous
just
pro
pause you
league
real quick?
experience.
Can you just turn off your webcam? Sorry, that's overloading the computer, and by a lot.
Gotcha.
That's so unlucky.
Alrighty. Yeah, so actually getting back into the conversation, so
Yeah.
Benji, let's talk about him. He has previous pro league experience. I'm not quite sure what team he was on, but obviously on this team he's going to be playing entry frag. So yeah, bringing in that type of pro league experience, that type of actual information that you have on other teams, and kind of insider types of experience is going to be amazing for this competition. So I also would have to say that their other player, Kilo. So Kilo, like they said, I was talking to one of the players before the actual stream and everything, and he was telling me that they are actually really happy and that Kilo has exceeded their expectations that they set for him. He's been a very on par player. He's been doing a lot for their team, even as a support player. Support is, somewhat easy role to fill compared to some of the other roles, but regardless, he's been, going through his expectations and with flying colors. So that absolutely amazing for their team. As well as this, they are talking about their actual morale. So they are very confident with themselves. They're not afraid to lose a few rounds in order to gain more insight and information on other teams. They are definitely not newcomers to this type of competition. We have seen them in the past in ESL, and I, for one, I would really like to see them in this competition, especially because I believe Okami and Katsu have gone against each other one other time, and I'm not sure who won that out, but so far, Katsu is actually seated first on the qualifier, so I would have to assume that Katsu won that engagement, but nonetheless, we might actually be seeing something quite different from these teams tonight. So, who knows? We might actually see Okami win out the rounds.
And do you want to talk about Katsu next?
Yeah, so let's actually get on with Katsu. So they are actually a newer team. They've only been banded for about 2 months. I was talking to another player from Katsu as well. They have done very well securing their first seed in this tournament, especially because they're a much newer team to the whole scene of the actual very high level competitive play such as Pro League. So for them to be, actually together for only 2 months as a team, that is absolutely amazing. Makarov. So a little bit about Makarov. He came from, I believe it was PS4. He came from a very far, far, far away land, and he has had a lot of experience with different competitive scenes, different situations in comp, and I'm excited to see him play tonight because he could be a star player. He is obviously an entry frag. He does like playing Mozzie and Buck, but I'm a little bit interested to see what he's got to offer tonight. Now, they did say that they're looking to be the best team in Pro League and that they are looking to get very far in their competition. So, this being said, I would have to assume that they're going to be going for number one in this tournament. So, they would actually have to go past EG. We will be casting EG's match later tonight as well. Whoever wins out this match is going to be going up against EG. So they'll be taking on the big bad beast who actually already has the Pro League experience. So however they fare up against them might be a telling of their true skill.
So the one thing I would actually like to point out as well, you were talking about seeds in the previous open qualifiers. We're now in the first, or the only actually, closed qualifier, and Okami and Katsu are seeded respectively 9th and 8th. So for those of you who don't know how the seed works,
Yeah.
the first seeded team plays against the lowest seeded team. Therefore, it's going to be really an unbalanced match. That being exactly the EG against Red Pack's match that you were referring to earlier. So statistically speaking, we're likely to see EG come out on top on that game, and thus they will probably be facing off against our victor. But if we talk about our game first here, since we're right at the middle of that seed, we can expect to have as even a match as we're gonna have tonight, or out of all the matches of the first round. So I'm really excited to see where this is going. And so we talked about our first map. Our first map, which is going to be Consulate. And, well, I'm sorry, but I think we'll keep your cam off since we're having... My computer really does need a makeover. And that should have been removed a few moments before. Oh, damn it. I have not put the ESL one up there. Damn it. Damn it. Can I? One of these days, I will have a dedicated production operator, and that day I will be a happy camper. But in the meantime, please pardon my 2 or 3 misclicks here. So yeah, does anyone know where any of the other matches are casted at? Riley, just go take a look at the bracket. Yeah, like Peep said, on the bracket, every caster will have indicated the match they will be casting. So. That was
actually,
it for our players. Go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry to cut you off there. Another way to actually look at the seeds and who's casting everything is to actually go on the Discord for ESL,
Indeed.
I believe. Yeah, they actually posted all the matches that are being casted and who's casting what match and links for those matches. So it's actually fairly easy to see which matches are being played NA specifically. So yeah, now you can take the floor on that one. That was my...
There was also this one tweet by StarNabar6. Can I just copy the link? And that tweet just contains everything that one might want to know. So I will just real quick. Who asked? That was Outchan, or no, sorry, that was does anyone? Riley. So we'll just put that in there real quick. Yep. And with that being said, so we talked about the players. Do you want to talk about the maps? So the first map, let's just recap for those of you who just tuned in, is going to be Consulate, best of 3. Obviously, we'll have a second map. Second map will be Coastline. Let me just check real quick who picked which map. Turns out Consulate is going to be Katsu's map, so you might expect them to have a slight edge there by virtue of, I suppose, them picking the map they're the most comfortable on. The opposite is going to be true for the second map, which is going to be Coastline, and should we have an equilibrium here, Bank will be our third map.
Yes. So, one thing to note actually about specific Pro League proceedings and how those maps work out. So, for the most part, a lot of what happens and goes down in Pro League is kind of like unexpected. It's the complete opposite of what you would expect, kind of twisted around. So, what happens normally is whoever picks the map that, each respective team is going on, let's say, the consulate pick, whichever team normally picks that map is the team that actually ends up losing it.
Oh,
Of course, this is not something that happens every single time. It's actually sometimes it could be a very outlier situation, but very recently, for the most part, especially in the Invitational, we saw definitely on a lot of LAN play that whichever map was chosen by the actual team itself, again that team lost the map, and vice versa. So I am quite interested to see how this consulate map will go. Did you want to start talking about the map itself, or do we have a little bit more to talk?
well, I was going to ask you a follow-up question. So you talked about like the team picking the map who ends up losing the map. Do you know why that happens, or how this phenomenon is an actual thing? Because this is quite intriguing to me now. I had not realized that, and it seems to be anecdotal by you listening to it, or by listening you talk about it. But I did not know about that phenomenon, so I'm quite curious now.
Okay. So, kind of, there are a million different reasons why that could happen, but a lot of it goes down to, especially with a team, expecting to win out a lot on those types of maps, and especially their pick, they're very confident. They can be sometimes a little bit overconfident with their picks, and that can lead to underestimating the team that they're going against. That is a very grave mistake for especially a lot of teams walking into these types of high-level comps because grossly underestimating your team could lead to the possibility of getting overestimated or you getting, a complete L in your favor, a 7-0 sweep. I've seen it many times before. It's been so unfortunate to see, but it happens and it's so very real and it's so very unfortunate that it actually does happen that way, but yeah, it's quite interesting that we actually do get to see these types of things being played out, but yeah, that's my little spiel.
So that was quite interesting, actually. Yeah, the confidence definitely is a factor, not just in picking the map, but actually playing it as well. So yeah, we were gonna talk about the maps. The first of all, the three being obviously, as I said a couple of times by now, consulates. I don't exactly know who's going to start attacking and who's going to start defending, though we had the players in the lobby previously due to a slight miscommunication, and I believe Katsu was going to be picking the blue team, so obviously they were going, well, they were going to attack first, right? Blue team attacks first.
Yep.
I feel so dumb for actually asking that
Yes, the
question.
blue team is going to be attacking first. Yeah,
So yeah,
so
we might expect them to attack
yeah.
first. Do you want to talk about what that implies for the match?
Okay, so just a quick question, just just to get a little bit clarification on that.
Yep,
So,
go
which
ahead.
team actually picked Consulate? I just want to know that.
I had checked that before, but since I have so many things to Noski, yeah, Katsu picked Consulate. So they picked
Okay,
it, they wanted to start attacking.
all right. I just wanted to make sure. So, attacking on Consulate. Consulate is a very kind of seesawing map. It's you go back and forth with it, in my opinion. I mean, it is obviously every game is going to be defense sided, but especially from what I've seen, a lot of it is so much back and forth. It's fairly hard to defend as well as attack on it. There are so many reasons. You could think about repelling. That is a big thing. You could think about intel. That's another big thing. It's very objective based, and being able to get a plant down on consulate is very hard because a lot of it is very open. Most of the
Absolutely.
objectives, yeah, most of the objectives are very open, and angles are very commonplace
Plus the
throughout the.
verticality we were talking about
Yes,
previously, or off
definitely,
cameras.
definitely. Yeah, verticality, just a million different things, a million different angles you can make for yourself. The game or the map itself is very free flowing, very open. If of course if you choose so to do, but yeah, I again, it's hard to defend, hard to attack. I think really it's just who can use their utility better, who can use their. It's kind of a very cliche, normal thing to say. It's just whoever can get to, get the opening frags to the round a lot better, and who can make the most frags without getting as much collateral back at them, right? I mean, you're talking about the use of utility. We'll say Nomad and Gridlock, those types of characters, they're going to be used very, very often. Use Nomad and Gridlock to, let's say, get rotations to be made, get intel on the other enemies, and get kills without necessarily having to, have your own team get killed off of it. So it's, of course, it's back and forth so much. You could say the same thing for players on defense. It's a million different things going at it, a million different things kind of implied into it.
So that was it for consulates. Since I assume the two maps are not gonna be well spaced out in the time or on the timeline, I'm just messing around with my English here. But yeah, I don't expect the players to ask for a bit of a break between the two maps. Let's talk about coastline right now, as I'm already starting to try to get the players in the lobby. So sorry for, well, basically letting you do all the talking. I'm sadly the only one running productions here tonight. So yeah, go ahead and let's hope the people don't, well, aren't too annoyed by your voice.
Yeah, sorry about that myself. I've been ranting going on for years, but
I absolutely set you
coastline.
up to.
Yeah, coastline is again back and forth map. It's a very level-headed map. Everybody's gonna say that. You can expect to see lots of defense plays, lots of offense plays. It's a very, especially now in it's we're going on to year 5. It's a very predictable map. There are predictable rotations, there are predictable angles, especially with the long angles being held and the courtyard in the center. It's something that, it's not the biggest map. It's not the map that's going to get you the best roaming ability. It's definitely not a map that, attackers are going to have to watch every single flank, every single angle on themselves. It's kind of a map that you, especially on defense, are actually really contested because, and of course, we always say that defense is going to be the easiest for everyone, but in this, defense is probably the most level-headed with offense because offense gives you the ability to kind of walk in and plant and hold your angles much easier, of course, because there's not as many angles you have to hold. There's not as many flanks you have to hold. So, in that respect, in that regard, it's mostly horizontal angles, being that it's a two-floor setup. And from that, you can just watch things pretty easily. And especially, we'll take, for example, the hookah billiards site. There are a lot of outside angles that you can watch on that site, going from the aqua balcony to the actual hookah balcony. There, of course, are repelling opportunities. There's a million different ways you can watch the site. So it gives the attackers a little bit of an edge when walking into that. And yeah, and so uh for every site there's going to be different things that you're going to want to watch for. There's going to be different opportunities for the attack and for the defense. So I guess we'll just go site to site and talk about those opportunities, but yeah, that'll be my talk on that one.
Great. So yeah, I'm still just messing around on the computer itself. I listened to what you were saying, but like just only partially, and it absolutely did make sense. Coastline, as you mentioned, is a really old map at this point, so everything is pretty much known about it. Though the same might be said from Consulate. Neither of those maps have gotten well, a map buff or yeah, or they're not
Rework.
new either, you know. And the people, or Gypsy is asking where is EG playing. EG, as far as I know, they will not be spectated. They will not be casted tonight. Their first map is their first match is not going to be casted. But the second match, we fully intend to cast, well, the winner of their match against the winner of this match, which, as we discussed previously, is likely to be EG, but not yet certain. So, yeah, right now would be a good time to invite the players. Usually when we're in Go Force, we stay into the stream start soon screen as long as the players aren't ready. That way we don't have any issues. But I gotta say, I really like starting the stream that early, and having like a lot of time to discuss the map, the game. The one thing we haven't exactly talked about is which operator we expect to see banned on those maps. So talking about the analysis we're doing of just about anything, since we have so much time on our hands, this is the last little question, or the last little, I say, softball I could toss at you. Since the players, or Noski in this instance being the first on his team, are slowly but surely connecting to the game, it should take us about, well, let's say 10 more minutes, and then we should be good to go.
Wow. There are quite a lot of different opportunities. Attacking operators, I'd have to say that the defense, depending on their strategy, depending on what they actually want to play for, they could play for hard breach counter, which that doesn't necessarily happen often, but they could, you know. We'll keep it in the cards for them. They could ban somebody like a hard breacher, aka Maverick, Cabana, Thermite, or the more likely option, we can expect them to ban utility. Now we're talking flank defense. We're talking somebody like a Zofia. We're talking somebody like a Nomad, a Gridlock. Those operators are key, and I cannot express this enough. They are key to a lot of attack strategies we are going to be seeing tonight because, again, like I said, Consulate is a big map. That means roaming opportunities. It means more angles for attackers to have to hold. So the more angles that they can shut down before they even have to engage with other defenders is more angles that they don't have to worry about. Angles that they can secure. So again, the utility is going to be key. And as well as this intel is going to be key. So we can expect some intel operators to be banned, especially on defense. We can talk, Echo, Maestro, those kind of characters. Um, yeah. So I don't really have too much more to say on that. There's of course some other things to talk about, but I really want your opinion on this. You haven't been talking too much throughout the night. I know you're doing production stuff, but yeah, I'm quite interested to see your take.
So both of these teams have played against one another before, so it would be possible, not exactly expected, but it's still within the realm of possibility to see a target ban. So, if, for example, one of the entry fraggers is just too good at picking off your defenders, well, you might want to get rid of whoever that player is playing. So the scouting is a phenomenon that starts to occur at that level of play that we're at right now. So we usually, for those of you watching at home that don't know us too much, usually we cast the Go Force, and the Go Force will not be including, or will not be incorporating like these kinds of tactics that we're starting to see here. So who was the top fraggers? Or actually, you know what? Let me just pull up the infographics we had made on these teams, because I really have a short memory when I'm doing so many things at once. Like the entry fragger, who are they playing most? The verticality in this map being so important. Maybe a buck, hard breaching for the garage can be an absolute deal breaker as well. So if you can't open the garage, the push is not exactly doomed to fail, but is greatly hindered. So should you get rid of a thermite instead? Mera is strong, but there are other maps where her black mirrors can be way more important. So maybe Maestro. Like, who is really OP in the current Pro League meta right now? Motzi's really good, but I don't really remember him being banned when we've casted these teams before,
Yeah. So Intel. Yeah, I've said this before about
Oh yeah,
Consulate.
Valkyrie.
Intel.
Oh yeah.
Intel
Absolutely.
is big, big, big for this map. I mean, you can agree that any map has intel that's going to be prized for any team's strategy, any team's composition, because you want to know what you're walking into, right? But I can definitely say that these teams are going to want to put more of an emphasis on intel for Consulate more than ever, because especially with attacking, it's going to be much harder to get anywhere without intel because, again, like I said, there's so many different areas you have to watch, so many different ways to go about your actual strategy that it's can be sometimes hard to not be led by intel. So yeah, banning operators like Mozzie, banning operators like Echo, Maestro. Sorry, I would have to say that between Maestro and Mozzie, those two are going to be probably one of our top picks for actually looking into this match, looking into the gameplay for this match, especially with Maestro's LMG. His LMG is absolutely insane. With that
Oh yeah.
81 mag capacity, it is a beast to have to go up against. Even with the decreased ADS time that you would normally see from LMGs, it is still it stands to be one of the best guns in the game, if not the best gun in the game. And again,
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely Mozzie's SMG as well, absolutely amazing. It's a very hard gun to go against, especially in close quarters, which is a lot of what Mozzie can play in this map. So yeah, Mozzie might be a character that we'll be seeing played quite a lot, especially with, I believe, Katsu and Okami having players that really main those two characters.
Yeah, so we talked about, well, those Pro League meta bans off stream, and that was the one thing that was, well, surprising at first, but you just stop and think about it for like 2.5 seconds and it becomes clear immediately. Mozzie, to be balanced out, they reduced the size of his mags, right? The one gun has 25 bullets and the P10 has only 20 bullets in the mag. However, so if you are a novice player and you need, say for example, 2.5 seconds to zero in on your target, well, your mag is going to be already empty. However, if you are in that case, literally Pro League player, well, you are going to zero in on your opponent way faster, thus wasting way less bullets, and therefore that good gun is not, or the good gun's drawbacks to balance it out aren't going to be too intimidating or aren't going to be too incapacitating or aren't going to be too much
incapacitating.
Thank you. Wow.
Oh, it's
yeah.
okay.
And I
You're
call
good.
myself a caster. Wow. But yeah, so those drawbacks aren't going to be too big of an issue for good players, or they're not going to be as problematic as they would be for novice players. So yeah, this is like the whole analysis that we have on Mozzie.
And if you see in the bottom corner, we have just broken 100 viewers.
Have we? Wow, 100 viewers. Well, thank you everybody for being here. I'm glad you guys enjoyed the stream enough to stay here, I assume. Yeah, on a good day, I get like 30 people. So I will just say a big thank you for Ubisoft, or ESL in that case, for allowing me to legitimately use the Invitational name in my title. I guess this drew a couple of clicks our way, definitely. So right now, I have invited Lemon repeatedly, or Lemon, sorry, there's only one O, Lemon repeatedly, and he doesn't seem to be joining, and as far as I know, I don't have anybody else on the Okami team in my friends list. So this is going to be pretty much an open letter. Anybody on Okami, do you guys want to add me as a friend? Or who else do I have on my friends list that I could invite? My Uplay gamer tag is exactly the Twitch's my Twitch's channel name as well, HansIV4. And yeah, please give us signs of life.
Alrighty. Wow. Yeah. So again, hello everybody joining in the stream. How are you guys all doing tonight? I know we got 87 people. That is absolutely crazy to see
It is.
that.
It absolutely
Yeah,
is.
we definitely don't normally get these types of viewers on our Go4 streams. So again, it is very appreciated that everybody tuned in tonight. So yeah, wow, Okami and Katsu, you guys definitely have a lot of fans for you guys, and interestingly enough, fans for Katsu, even though they've been only actually banded with each other for 2 months, so it is quite interesting, quite thrilling to see that they have so many people in such short of a time. They definitely have garnered a lot of support from, it seems like, every corner of the internet, as much as we can see here. But Yeah, so with about 5 minutes before the match, I'm quite interested to see how everybody's outlook on this match. Who is rooting for who is chanting for who in the chat. Make sure to, yeah, definitely root for your team that you're going for because this is going to be definitely a barn burner match. I can say that with confidence.
It appears I might maybe have prompted on the Okami team on my friends list. He seems to be in a custom match, so I guess they're still like stratting, warming up, preparing themselves. So the invite will be sent, and I dearly hope I haven't invited a random player here. But yeah, at this point, I don't know about you, but I'm personally kind of running out of things to talk about. And if we just keep on talking out of our asses, it's gonna get boring and somewhat repetitive. So the one thing I have to say is let's just hope the game starts soon. Do you have anything else to add to that? Because at this point I can really just repeat anything that we've said before, but I'm out of new ideas basically.
Yeah, so somebody actually put in the chat, so is the winner of EG's game playing the winner of this game? If so, will that be streamed? Yes, and yes by us, hopefully.
Hopefully.
So the way that actually these ESL matches work is that they're open. The brackets are open for anybody, for any caster to poach a match from each caster. Of course, we can say that it's a little scummy if you poach our matches, especially when we're on the track to be actually casting these matches ourselves. We've had it done to us in the past, but yeah, hopefully, again, we will be casting this match, but who knows, another caster might get the best of us and might actually grab the match before we can get to it. I really don't see that happening, but we always have to keep it a possibility, we always have to keep it open. So yeah, we don't exactly own the matches, I'm never going to say that, but at the same rate, we are on track to, yes, cast EG in the next match, and that match, I believe, is set to start at around 10:30ish, and
10:30.
we do,
Yeah.
yeah, we do have infographics on EG itself. We have a lot of information on EG, especially as a pro league team. We have their whole overlay set up. We've got quite a lot to talk about. Definitely packed info for EG. I am so excited to be casting that.
So yeah, that's the EG team was really easy to find info on because they're listed on CGG. So we basically copy and pasted their stats from CGG into our infographics, which makes it way more complete than the one that we have on Okami and Katsu. Redeem highlight message reach you. 100 viewers hype, absolutely. Yeah, thank you all for being here, and thank you all for sticking with us through the match that is not starting. I see Mountaineers, Blue Tempest, sorry, saying start the game. I would be thrilled to start it, but we're still lacking a few players here, which is something I am more or less working on right now. Layman, do you want to invite me? Do you want to join? Habibi Katsu. Yeah, so the Katsu players are joining in now.
Oh, that's crazy. Yeah, I saw somebody in the chat say from console casters to invite quals, and you would be 100% right. Well, I know Hans didn't cast console, but I casted console like not even half a year ago. I casted console and then I went to PC and I'm already here. This is absolutely amazing. Yeah, thanks for pointing that one out. That is, wow, it's actually crazy to look back at my like at the types of achievements that we've gotten together. This is so wild. This is probably one of the biggest nights for us, especially in casting, just to keep it real with you guys. I don't know about you, Hans, but I am nervous about this match. This is kind of our biggest stage we've set to date. Yeah. So definitely.
Yeah, the only thing that's somewhat close to that would be a localized LAN event that people online are not gonna know anything about, except if they're from the same region as I. So I have given like a cash prize of $1,500 on stage, in person, at an event to the two best teams at the finals there. But we could say that this match is way higher, has way higher stakes, sorry, since obviously, well, this is an invitational qual, right? So yeah, definitely this is going to be a highlight or a peak for us so far, but we will make our best to not only have this be our highlight, but to climb even higher in the future. So the players seem to be in the lobby now, so Prompted was not in a Do Not Disturb mode, so I could see what he was doing. He was in a custom match, he restarted presumably using ASL Wire, and now he is just about ready to join. So the match should start soon, hopefully, but this is definitely our goal here. Yeah, once again, I just want to say thank you everybody for being here. 110 viewers. It is not exactly a highlight of my channel, or an all-time high. The all-time high being the LAN I was referring to earlier with, I believe, 135 viewers. So we're really close to that all-time high, and considering the game hasn't even started yet, I am pretty sure we can establish a new record here.
Definitely. Oh my gosh, I'm so excited for this match. I keep on saying that I'm so thrilled to be here tonight. You don't even understand, but yeah. So we've actually broken 8 o'clock. So yeah, we should be starting this matchup very soon. Katsu, I believe, is the one we are mostly waiting on, or is it Okami? I believe.
Yeah, Okami.
Yeah, it is Okami. My bad.
By the way.
So yeah, we're waiting on Okami on this one. This should be great match. I've again saying this a million times. I cannot say it anymore. What I expect out of these teams.
Elevate GG for supplying me with my G Fuel
I
that I'm gonna be
expect
drinking during this
quite
game.
a lot actually out of these teams. These teams are both two, at least in my view, very professional teams. They're not quite actual pro league teams yet, not officially, we'll say. But Okami and Katsu, we've been, of course, for anybody who is just tuning in, we have actually casted them before in the previous tournament. I believe we've casted them once or twice in Go Fours as well. They both have very, very good performances in both ways of that, but they also are seemingly very great teams for Katsu just to be starting up, and Okami for me personally just to start seeing them on this stage as a professional team. So for them to actually be taking their craft professionally like that, and for them to be on this type of role for themselves, I cannot praise both of these teams enough.
And while the follower trains just keep on coming. For those of you who haven't exactly realized what the bottom white bar here is, whenever somebody follows, the bar fills up. It takes 5 minutes to totally empty out. If it's empty, it disappears. And so far, we've had at least a follower every 5 minutes for the last 23 slices of 5 minutes. Yeah. For the last 23 intervals. So I think this is the highest that Counter has ever been. Thank you, everybody. And your patience is about to be rewarded, as we only are lacking one last player on the Okami team, and we will be ready to go. So the last question I have, just to hype it up a little bit, would be, who do you think is going to win? I've seen a few answers in the chat already due to people talking amongst themselves, but Katsu or Okami? Flood the chat with your answers, as we are definitely going to start that really soon. And now that's the part where, sadly, the hype's going to have to end, because we'll have to wait for 4.5 minutes before we can see and react to your answers, sadly. But yeah, the match is absolutely set to start really soon. And that question just keeps on popping in the chat. EG is not being casted, sadly. So, to the players, quick check. Is everybody ready?
Did you start us on attack?
No, blue team's gonna attack first. Do you want me to switch it up?
Yes, please.
Yes, please.
All right.
Oh yeah, and just to answer everybody's questions in the chat, nobody's casting EG right now, like we've said, but we hopefully will be casting them the next game over. So the second game of this actual tournament, we will hopefully be casting them if we follow suit through these matches around 10:30ish.
Elevate ready.
What?
All right. Are we ready?
I haven't received a clear signal from Okami. So let me just ask them directly. because I don't want to start the game with like one of the teams being caught off guard. That would be a rough start and an unfair one at that. They say sec. Okay, yeah. So they're not quite ready, but it will not last long. Definitely not.
I just feel bad for the viewers. They're at a 4-minute 30 delay right now.
Indeed. And I absolutely wish it's not going to take like 10 minutes, because then the lobby is going to dissolve and we'll have to invite everybody back again. That would be painstakingly long. And I don't even know if the players would have to restart their ESL wires, since they would be joining another lobby technically. I'm not a player, so I'm not too familiar with the inner workings of wire. But yeah, we're just waiting for a ready signal from Okami, which can come at any second now. Doing a very good job, and the game hasn't started yet. Richie, thank you so much. You know, this is the exact reason why we've started, like, how long have we been in a Discord call before this stream even started? Like 2.5 hours or so?
Yes.
Once again, except from the LAN event I was referring to earlier, or except from a LAN event, this is the single production I've put so much time in preparation before it actually starts. This is a great reward for us, and I absolutely hope you guys are enjoying this as well. It appears you guys are, so I will absolutely take this as a win.
Definitely. Yeah, I'm just attempting to kind of I'm attempting to actually respond to people in the chat. Somebody said if you don't lose soon, you'll lose people to other matches. That is probably somewhat true, but for the fact that we're getting 80 viewers on this, that is crazy already. So I think we can take a little bit of the hit. But right as I say that, we will be going into this match. So we have talked previously about the bands themselves. We have talked about what we expect from the bands. So this is the moment in time that we will be seeing the actual bands themselves. I cannot wait to see these ones. These are going to be very interesting to be actually played out. So our first band will be a Nomad, just as I expected. It is going to be a utility operator being taken out of the game right from the hands of Okami, as well as Katsu, if you want to count them in. So, yeah, Nomad, a big utility operator, like I said. Flank Watch, very big operator. Second one, Thatcher. Okay, so we will be seeing a little bit of hard reaching, and in that matter, it is going to be utility being taken away from this game. Our third band now being Valkyrie. So, yep, this is just like we were predicting. Yeah, just like we were predicting, lots of intel being taken away from this game, and unfortunately, Okami is going to be taking the brunt of it. Now, Echo. So, 2 intel operators being taken away. Maestro being the only one left. So, again, Maestro probably being the best out of really all 3 of them. His plant denial and his fragging abilities are absolutely unmatched from Valkyrie and Echo. So, it is going to be an amazing intel situation that we're going to have to be seeing. Now, Mozzie and Maestro are still on the board, so they can be played. We will immediately be seeing Mozzie and Maestro being played. So, yeah, very big emphasis on intel. This does look like we might be seeing a little bit of roaming. Not too much, though. For the most part, it does look like we will be seeing a turtle strat, maybe, especially with Cafeteria Garage. It does put a big emphasis on staying in the objective, especially with the surface area of the bottom floor, archives, that whole thing. And yeah, we actually see a 6-pick to Mira. I'll let you take the floor on this one, though.
So we do see Mozzie, and I would be quite surprised, personally at least, to see Mozzie anchoring on the objective itself. His intel capability is pretty much unparalleled on the defending team, and it would be more or less of a shame, in my eyes at least, to see him only like gather intel to know where the push is actually going to be coming from, rather than roaming the top floor. We do see a sledge. So he is bound to go in the piano or press room, actually, to play the verticality here. So seeing nobody try to challenge that would be quite surprising to me as well. And as I say this, we actually see a very definite bathroom hold being prepared, and it does jog my memory. We have seen Katsu play that map before, and they're going for, well, their usual strat, which for some reason I had just forgotten about. So here Habibi with the shotgun is bound to be a great danger since he will be staying in those close quarter areas here. The push, however, is already coming from Okami. Lemon was droning, and Prompted seems to be intent on just fleshing out any and all roamers that could be at the top floor, but as we can see through the walls, nobody from Katsu is actually roaming there. So for the time being, he is just taking his precautions, clearing out that part of the map, but that rotation hole seems to indicate that maybe Katsu intends to roam there late round?
Potentially. So we'll be seeing Mozzie and Smoke sitting up in the bathrooms. This is going to be a dual roam. These guys quite eager to see what results they can make for themselves, especially having the hatch open, if they will be able to hold the bathroom or if they're going to get it taken away from them. There's also going to be Jaeger on roam. So surprisingly enough, this is only going to be 2 people sitting in the objective now. And as I say that, Thermite is going to be watching the yellow stairs rather than hitting the breach, surprisingly. And now Sledge is going to be going into piano along with the Zofia. So bathroom still being held very closely by the Sledge and the Mozzie, but they do seem to be having a little bit of pressure on their backs now. Their backs, again, definitely against the wall on this one. Zofia getting downed by the Nitro Cell along with Prompted getting taken out of the round. This is going to be our first blood, but Benji, he will be very hurt now, and that is going to be a big play on the part of Katsu.
Lemon here dropping Archives Corridor. He really has to take care of Jaeger here, but fails quite rapidly. So this is going to be putting the push at a tough crossroad here. They are pretty much set to go for a unilateral push. There's not enough players on the Okami team left to try to surround and outflank the defenders. So what you really want to do, with 48 seconds remaining, the door of the garage door has been opened, but there's no way in given the current situation. So do you really want to keep on pushing or flushing out those roamers, which, by the way, works for Jaeger, but you still have that bathroom situation, so Habibi could just run out at any time. He is definitely playing it safe. He's playing for time. This is looking good for the defenders here, first round. The timer is running low as well. The timer is actually running critically low, considering you don't even have a foothold on this level of the objective. Z-Flag is in, set to plant the diffuser, but no, the crossfires here are going to be just too intense. Kilo taking a lot of damage, doesn't get the first kill either. Zofia, 1v2 situation. There's a bit of fire. Oh, Maestro, he did not get it, I believe. He got killed. What happened exactly? Yeah, he got killed, and what happened? I can't quite read.
It was the Maestro cam that ended up taking out Maestro,
Wow.
trolling the Zofia. Knew that he was at low health, that 5 health with Zofia. That is so hilarious. Oh my gosh. That was a troll and a half. That was absolutely amazing round for Katsu though, and really Okami. Wow. I I can't say enough about that one. That was not exactly an upset, especially at the last part of the round. It really did seem to be that everything was kind of evening out around the last part. Lots of rice going down, lots of late round pushing going on. So there was kind of an indecisiveness, especially with the 2 foundational players being taken off of the attacking team. Unfortunately, Sledge and Zofia went down. Well, not Zofia, but she did get lowered her health significantly. So you could say in a way that she was downed, but yeah, it took a very big toll on the actual push itself. Sledge wasn't being put into play, so there was not as much verticality opportunities. And then on top of that, Ash got downed, so she wasn't able to do the rest of her roam clear duties as her character herself. So it really just put a damper on and put a hold on a lot of the attacking capabilities that the attacking team itself had. And for that, the decisiveness started to set in towards the end of the round, and they didn't really get a chance to do anything much after that.
So quick parenthesis here. Wow, we have passed the 1700 followers mark. Thank you guys. There's literally nothing else to say. Thank you very much. I totally did not expect that. I hadn't read the followers level or the number before we actually started, so I didn't go into the stream with a set goal or objective in mind. but this is an unexpected and quite nice surprise to be sure. So yeah, thank you again. I'm repeating myself. Let's get back into the game. We do see a lot of mobility here from the Katsu team. We don't really expect them to just stay put. Makarov roaming in the lobby. I think we saw, or I believe we saw, two defenders in the basement, and wow, Noski is being way too aggressive for his own good here. Kilo made really short work of him, and that's going to be first blood for Okami. That first round is shaping up better than the last one by virtue of the first blood being in their favor, but as well, Noski could have been a really nasty roamer. All of the floors on both of these objectives are destructible or soft, so a pulse with a C4 could have been a real bane here. Will Kilo, yeah, he'll burn that out. Oh, Katsu, yeah, 6 will be taking a bit of damage, will be flashed out. Prompted will be getting in, but he'll also take a bit of damage. So the attackers, Okami, though they were able to take control of the map, or partial control of the map, weren't really able to flush the defenders out permanently per se.
Yeah, unfortunately, by forcing the rotate, it allowed the Maestro to give support to the Jaeger and shut down the Buck. In effect, Buck kind of really made the preemptive strike, especially with Z-Flak not directly watching his angle, and it didn't really end very well for Prompted. He took a lot of damage from the Jaeger, and the Maestro ended him off. Just as I say that, Maestro grabbing another kill. This time, it's going to be on Benji, so two big fragging operators are going to be down, especially with the utility that Zofia held. Unfortunate for Okami. This is not a very good round for them so far. And we will be seeing Makarov sitting in benches now. Ash is going to have to hold her ulterior angle on below her as well as above her, with the Jaeger at any time is ready to peek on out. Just as I say that, Jaeger will peek out to yellow stairs, and Ash is going to be finished off by the Mozzie. Now a 4v2 situation, about 20 seconds left on the clock. 3v2 just as I say that, and a 2v2 Z-Flak taking the kill, but he gets refragged. The diffuser is down. Capital trying to push in, but he gets crossfired and shut down indefinitely by the defenders.
So yeah, that timer really was the end of Okami. Though they were having a slow and steady push, it was about even, right? One attacker down, one defender down. That rhythm was just not sustainable because the timer was really going to run out. And I really hope this doesn't become a trend, because should the first two rounds that we've seen keep on playing out, Katsu would be on their way to a victory. And by the way, I hope you guys really enjoy that replay transition here. I have spent way more time than I should have to get that working, so there you go. Enjoy.
Yeah, so talking about the actual pace and the killing spree that the attacking team went on, that Okami went on, it was very good at the beginning when Thermite was able to push in, but like I said, with the angles being held, they really came into play by the end of the round. Yeah, just as you see that replay, it really did not work out very well for Okami, especially because it was a very open concept area that, for the most part, Z-Flak was holding in, and Capital wasn't able to hold his angles very well, or even well enough for that point. They were mostly passive angles for the Thermite, and Yellow Stairs came to bite the Thermite back right in the ass. Mozzie was able to flank up on him, and from the Capital as well. The crossfires were just too strong, too many supporting operators who knew where the outlets were from Okami, and that was just short work made of them.
So here's the thing. Katsu, they've won 2 rounds in a row. They won on their primary and on their secondary site. They're now down to their tertiary site. How is it gonna go when we're forced to defend the first floor, which is notably more difficult than both the basement and the consul's office? The push, though, is not really going to be unilateral. You can really see that the anti-roaming phase does have to happen before we can push into the objective themselves. So Prompted here, with the help of a few teammates, we'll be looking at the top floor. Kilo, though he was in the area, seems to be changing his mind, or actually repositioning. Z-Flak really checking for that run out, which does not seem to be close of happening. Benji, well, as you can see, the positioning here seems off to me, to be honest. Like, I see a few players like on all sides, right? But I don't really see them working together, you know? Nobody's actively pinching the roamers from three angles at the same time or anything like that. Though we were able to get a cheeky kill, Zofia here was able to get a cheeky kill at the main door. That's really just a one-on-one firefight, you know?
Definitely.
For the time being, though, it looks really good for Katsu. You take it off.
Yeah, okay, so Katsu, looking at this, again, the angles are going to have to be used to their advantage, definitely, in this one. This is first floor, this is open, a very open area we're speaking of. It's something that, especially with the 3-5 situation, now with about 1:15 left on the clock, they're going to have to use everything they got to themselves. They're going to have to play passive, and they're going to have to watch every way that Okami is coming in from, because this is going to be something that is just an uphill battle for the rest of the round. But yeah, Okami, they're definitely playing a lot on the repel game. This is very interesting to see, especially because it is only a first floor repel. So there isn't really too much height to the actual game itself. But as I said, that Capital is going to be repelling now on second floor, attempting to pinch off and possibly force a rotate from the smoke. The smoke, he is still sitting second floor. I believe he's going to be supported by another player. And now with a 2v3 situation, unfortunately the Mazi got shut down, but Okami did take collateral from that one with 3 players now left on their roster for the round. And with the 1v2 situation, the plant will be going down. Jaeger, the only one left. He's attempting to hold angles, possibly prevent the plant. Unfortunately, not able to. So this is going to be a retake situation now. He is going to have to get back to the objective, and very quickly at that.
He has really low health as well, so any mistake is going to be fatal on his part here. He really has to pull this in a flawless manner, and the timer is slowly but surely running out. The diffuser having done almost half of its work by now. This is looking more and more. He maybe thought that hatch was still open, or was open in the first place, so that really looks like an unwinnable situation. He does not even look above. Oh, he does, but he just fails. Okami winning their first round, and in a good manner, but that was quite close, to be honest. The timer was running short, and though they were lucky in their first on the last kills to get into the objective itself, the beginning phase was quite even. So all in all, a good round, but it was too short of an advantage to really rely upon that type of gameplay for the upcoming rounds.
Definitely. I really can agree with you on that one more, but I think really a lot of it was just sloppy play from Okami. Again, like you were saying, they were kind of playing a little bit apart from each other. They were just watching their own individual angles. It really was a lot of them just playing stagnant, dead angles and watching the windows as much as they could. Of course, Katsu really just fed to them at that point. It came down to, in a way, it came down to a lot of Katsu playing too aggressive, and they gave up their engagements to Okami. Okami was able to they were able to capitalize at least 2 to 3 kills from Katsu playing way over aggressive, unfortunately. But I still have to give it to Okami, right? They were able to get in, plant in a very good manner time, and able to prevent any type of retake. They didn't even let Katsu get another frag on Okami before the round was over. So, again, commending them on their performance on that round. But, again, there's always things to improve on, and always things that we can visibly see that we might be able to work on in the future.
So the one thing that we might be able to work on, as you put it, Okami are now going to be facing Katsu on the exact same defense that we've seen in the very first round. So should they know what's coming, should they have been able to adapt to it, maybe the results will be somewhat different. So we will see that bathroom hold by the two same players, Makarov and Habibi, the exact same setup really. 6 being in archives and the 2 remaining players, I believe, being Noski and Habibi, if my memory, no, I am so dumb. Noski and Nog will be both the 2 only anchors that we'll have here. So yeah, the exact same setup. Will Okami be able to take advantage of that fact?
Yeah, quite interesting to see that Katsu is bringing the same setup, but even more interesting to see that Okami is bringing the same setup. They're doing exactly what they attempted in their first round, the round that they absolutely lost. So this time around, they're going to have to play something different. They're going to have to change up their strategy, maybe a little bit of their style if we're at it. So yeah, I'd have to say though that Zofia and Sledge playing up in piano might be a death sentence once again if they actually don't watch out for the Nitro, because of course we saw that the Sledge and really the Zofia were basically evaporated from a single Nitro, and just as I say that, Prompted is going to be killed once again from the Nitro coming out of bathroom. Absolutely no pressure is going for the bathroom. They are only truthfully attempting to take away piano from the defenders, and that is going to be the shortcoming, as Prompted was absolutely taken advantage of from the bathroom situation, the bathroom hold, but unfortunate to the attackers, and we will be seeing now alone Sophia and piano.
And that's going to be really poor positioning, if I may. She's vulnerable to potential run out from piano. Somebody could potentially run up the stairs from the objective, the yellow stairs, and the verticality, with many holes on the floor having been opened by both Zofia's KS-79 and Sledge's hammer. Well, there are many, many angles from which Benji could be vulnerable, but he really seems to just keep on putting the pressure from that side. He did not seem too eager to rotate. As I said this though, he will make me eat my words. But yeah, this is now a 2v5 situation with only 17 seconds remaining. Everything is going to come down. I was going to say everything was going to come down on Capitao, as he was the bearer of the diffuser, but none of that is going to matter if both the remaining attackers die at the very same time. Yeah, good round for Katsu. Actually, perfect round for Katsu. This was a flawless after all.
Yeah, it was an absolutely amazing round from Katsu. Unfortunately, Okami did not adapt to what Katsu gave them. We obviously see in the replay that the Nitro was used once again against Prompted. He really did seem to keep a blind eye, especially Zofia and Sledge are keeping a very, very blind eye. They're kind of noticing that the bathroom hold is very present, but they're not really doing anything about it, and I think that's where they falter, because they know the Nitro is there. They know that the Nitro is going to be a possibility to come into them, but they're just not really paying attention to it. They're not attempting to do anything about it. They're kind of just keeping stagnant in piano and trying to hold angles, just keeping their backs to whatever Katsu is giving them. So in that regard, they're really just giving up kills to Katsu in the end, but still absolutely amazing round for Okami. You know, they really did try their house out, and hopefully we will be able to see some adaptability from them in the coming rounds if Okami does get the chance to play against Katsu on the cafeteria site again.
So yeah, this is starting to seem somewhat repetitive. So the cycle of going downstairs, top, and then first floor. Should Katsu be on an unended winning streak, or should they just lose on the first floor, we might see the same thing over and over again. For the time being though, as far as I can tell, and I'll admit I was a bit less concentrated due to a couple of factors during that preparation phase, but it does seem as if they're going to do pretty much the same thing as they did this time on the second round. So the question is going to be the same as previously. Will Okami adapt to a situation they've seen before? It seems that they will. First of all, Benji getting a nice quick frag, which I sadly missed. But yeah, here we have Z-Flag playing Amaru. Will he just rush in with the rappel line, with the Gara hook, sorry. I am quite interested to see that, but he does not seem too intent to rush in head down. After all, if you rappel in a room full of enemies, especially at that level of play, you are as good as gone. So he'll have to just, well, wait for the right moment. But yeah, this is definitely going to be the first time I see Amaru being played in not even a Go 4, but in any ESL match, really. So I'm quite curious to see what that's going to be looking like.
Yeah, so yeah, Maru being played, she is definitely an operator that you can expect to see a rush with. Unfortunately, she is not going to be used to rush this time around. However, we'll be seeing Mozzie rotate into the lobby desk. He might try to be getting a flank around to piano. That is exactly the case, and unfortunately it is a failed one at that. Ash is able to predict that one. She also will predict his rotation up the spiral stairs, but not in enough time to prevent it. So Jaeger's going to still be sitting on the yellow stairs, but we will be seeing Capital holding the plant as Z-Flak walks in with Amaru. So the plant is going to be going down. It is a 4v3 situation. Okami is at odds to still win out this one. There is now 3v3 situation with the Maestro and Mozzie being at lower health. Maestro attempting to take back the cabinet area. 2v3 now, 2v2, and the diffuser is going to be in the hands of the Jaeger and Maestro. Ash attempting to sit on the rappel as well as the Buck. Now rappel is going to be fortunately not exactly helpful as the diffuser is still going to be diffused and the counter is going to be going down for the defenders. Ash did not play very well enough. She did not play aggressive enough to prevent the counter diffuse. That is so unfortunate.
So, in retrospect, I absolutely see why they picked Amaru. She just repelled up that hatch from Piano, and maybe, just maybe, Katsu will reinforce it the next time, because I absolutely see the value in going for that and pulling that move. Quite interesting, so you don't even... Oh, damn it, I used the standard replay. Sorry about that. Yeah. Misclicking on the production. But yeah, absolutely, you maybe even want to start reinforcing that hatch, actually, and that obviously is going to pull resources from any other activity that Katsu will have to, or any other resources, in that case, reinforced walls, which they would have placed elsewhere on the map. So quite interesting. You can just watch your angles through the rappel, but as we all know, entering in the room from the rappel line is really dangerous, and in that case they absolutely did not have to do so. All in all, a really nice execution, first of all, from Okami to plant the diffuser, but the second part was to actually hold it, and that's where sadly they failed. Though I really have to commend the attempt. I did not expect that kind of strategy, and I am surprised, but in a positive way, you know?
Definitely. I honestly was going to say the same exact thing as you. I really was. I don't really have anything else to add to that, but to say that it was a great attempt from Tommy. I mean, they really did try that one, and unfortunately the Ashe didn't really play as aggressive as she necessarily should on the rappel. I mean, it was a free frag for Jaeger all in all, and it was an amazing retake from Maestro and Jaeger. It just wasn't enough actual direct support from the attack. They unfortunately were flushed out fairly quickly from the defense, and that really is, I guess, all she wrote.
So, going into the 6th round, this is the last round before the role swap. Some last chance for Okami to win rounds on defense. And for Katsu, sorry, and Okami, well, I think at this point they're quite eager to start defending. As we talked about it previously, or before the game actually started, Okami, they're not shy about losing a few rounds in order to scout out and to see how their opponents is going or are going to play. As Benji is barely here, just missing those wallbang possibilities, but there's a hard wall between him and his opponent, so no kill really possible there, but he does seem to know where his opponents are, as the push here definitely is going to be coming from the top floor. Who's the only silhouette that's missing here? Hibana was the one that wasn't accounted for, and she's absolutely going for that bathroom wall. I think Motzi was the one that previously destroyed the X-Caros, but he is not in a position to do so that round. Therefore, Z-Flak probably opened that up. I don't exactly want to go into third person out of fear of missing any action. But yeah, that's probably just the defenses on the objective itself being somewhat destroyed or somewhat roughened up. Is that a way to say it? I don't think so. My English. But yeah, nonetheless, the push on the objective is going to be imminent, but the roaming game is still present and unscathed, if I do say so myself. So with only 1 minute remaining, Okami will have to show results really quickly now.
Yeah, like I said, they seem to be really taking their time to pace themselves out, and they're watching definitely a lot of dead angles for themselves. The roam presence still, like you said, very much in place. It's still very much there, and just as I say that, Benji is going to uproot the smoke from his place. Unfortunately, takes a lot of damage from that engagement, but it does seem to be the Maestro's playing very aggro on Benji, and he does take him out with another kill. That's going to be collateral for Okami. 2 big characters down and 2 characters that could watch very, very important angles for the attack. That is going to be a very big hinderment to the attack itself. Now with the 4v2 situation, situation. Nog grabbing the 3rd kill of the round with about 15 seconds left. Capital and Buck are left to defend themselves. Capital's going to take one. Will he take another? No, he's going to get shot from the back. And it's going to be Buck who runs in, grabs the diffuser. He's in the site now, but he gets shut down by Nog. Him grabbing the 4K to end the round. Defenders capping round 6.
Yeah, to be honest, I do not really see any way for Buck to win that round, though he might have killed Maestro in a lucky firefight, say a lucky headshot, lucky pre-fire, what would you? There was still a Mozzie in his back, and at that point he had to start planning the diffuser, which obviously Mozzie was never, ever going to just allow. Leaving us, as you said, with a 5-1 scoreline. This is not looking really good for Katsu, but as we talked about, this is their map, so maybe that phenomenon of the team picking the map, losing on their own map, is just not going to apply that time. Yeah, all in all, solid performances. Really, I don't have much to discuss, especially if it was to start criticizing these teams, because definitely they're way better than I'll ever be.
One thing I would have to say is to give Maestro the MVP of that round. Nog absolutely was on fire that round. You see in the replay, he had the positioning and the awareness to know that not only the Zofia was there and ready to be actually killed, but the fact that the Ashe was there and could be taken advantage of in that moment of time. So to not only get those 2 kills, but to go back and get a 4K by the end of the round, even with about 20 seconds left, had the amazing positioning to go back and forth, especially having a 3-armor operator. I will give it to him that he did have the LMG, the amazing Maestro LMG. But regardless, he played his absolute best there, and it really does show.
So with the role swap comes new playstyles. That's something I really do say every time, so if somebody is a veteran of the channel, I will sound like a broken record. But we have here Katsu, who's going to be attacking for the first time, and if they tend to play operators that Okami don't, for example Gridlock, we will be seeing a puff of fresh air coming from the choice of operators. So Gridlock being the obvious example here. On the defense, I don't see anything new, like correct me if I'm wrong, any and all of those operators we've seen before. But still, this is going to be like the small update or the small new thing that I wanted to just take a bit of time to acknowledge here. Z-Flag pretty much going to be the first line of defense here. He is sitting in A, and the push seems to be pretty much unilateral coming from administration's office. So Nog will be using an exothermic charge to open that wall up, which 6 is probably going to hold. Yeah, he is in a good position. Doesn't really have the ACOG, but at that distance, you don't really need it. All that being said, any and all defender from A who wants to peek, for example Z-Flag here, would be advised not to, because this would be a pretty bad health choice. However, the Toxic Babes will be tossed out, and it's quite early to do so with over a minute and a half remaining. He'll be vulnerable to a late push should we come to that.
Definitely. So, no, quite interesting picks for Katsu now. They are bringing quite a different composition and quite a different setup to the round, so hopefully this time it will work out there. We're going to be bringing a Gridlock, something very new. Not quite sure if you covered this already, but as I say that, Z-Flag, the only line of defense, as you had said, is going to be taken away from this round. But angles are going to be plentiful, and they're not going to be wasted on the disco room or projector, whichever one you want to say. It doesn't matter, but the actual connector is going to be held by the defenders, and a flank is going to be imminent coming from the defense. However, Gridlock is going to have her ability set on the bottom set of stairs there, so Layman unfortunately does not get the opportunity to make a very direct flank for himself. But we will be seeing potentially a actual plant going down here for the attack. Just as I say that, this is going to be happening. Nog, however, getting taken away from the round. A 3v3 Jaeger from the connector positions himself in a way to kill off the defender, or sorry, the attacker of the objective. Now a 2v3 situation, and with Capital and Gridlock left to defend themselves 1v3. As I say that, Layman gets the Nitro Cell kill, and that's the end of the round right there, boys. That is the Jaeger coming back to bite you in the ass off of the miscommunication and intel left off from the attack. That is so unfortunate, guys.
Yeah, once the first attempt at planting the diffuser failed, it was finished. The attackers had used a fair bit of their utility, and they did not really have enough spare to just double that or to go at it again. And sorry about the lack of replays. My observing skills are definitely subpar when compared to my casting skills, so I missed too many kills here to justify putting the replays up. But yeah, with all that being said, looking good for Okami. Had they lost that round, it would have been a match point situation, which would have been pretty difficult to come back from. We're not exactly at what we call the point of no return, or no point of return if you want to word it differently, but this is something that could happen really quickly. And usually you direct this question at me, so I will just flip the tables now. Do you want to talk about what we so-call the point of no return?
Yeah, so if we do get to the 6-2 match point situation that we might be seeing here in the near future, we will return to the point of no return. This basically means that Okami has such a steep hill to climb up that it is near impossible for them to win out the rest of their rounds and put themselves into a match point situation and get themselves really to overtime. So if they do end up climbing out and get themselves to an overtime situation, it's going to take a near miracle to actually get there. But again, it is very possible for them to do that. We have seen it in the past. But I wouldn't put it past Katsu just to shut Okami down during this round. But yeah, I actually kind of wanted to talk about this round. This round is going to be very, very important for Okami in order to get their foot inside of the door for the rest of the game. And if they aren't able to do so, then they might again win out this lose this this actual competition here.
So here we see Buck and Nog taking the foothold in administration. The anti-roaming phase is quite obvious here. But the thing I do want to point out is we're going for the exact same push as last round, but last round the objective was actually in Consul's office. So here, if they're using like all of their resources just to flush out the roamers, it is likely going to work. We do see a fair bit of utility and resources being poured into the top floor, for example, Z-Flag, Dock, and I believe there's also a Maestro cam, but I might be wrong on that part. But yeah, well, all that being said, if the attackers, if Katsu here, are able to flush out the roamers efficiently and without losing too many players of their own, they might be off to a good round. As I say this, the Layman with his Nitro Cell will be putting Noski to rest, and yeah, that gridlock was a real test. The previous round, blocking off a few roamers, which this round, well, it's not gonna happen.
Definitely. So yeah, 3v5 situation doesn't give too much room for Katsu to make really any options for themselves anymore, especially with two big utility operators being down for themselves. But as I say that, it is going to be Makarov getting the quick kill on Layman now, but Benji himself is going to be sitting in connector. Unfortunately, he is going to be pushed and getting a lot of pressure, but who knows, we might be seeing quite a lot of actually rotations. As I said, that Buck is going to be going down to Spiral now, but he is going to be moving just as Benji loses sight of Buck. That could have been a really, really plentiful engagement for Doc and the Buck, but Makarov is still going to be scouting out to that actual rotation for the Doc. Now the plant is going to be going down, but Maestro is still left to defend himself. It doesn't seem like any angles are being held on Maestro other than Thermite, but Thermite is going to be planting now, and if Maestro is able to get the kill on Thermite, this might be a round loss. Now Ash watching the Maestro. Plant is going to be going down. Okami finding the diffuser already, but the Thermite getting killed by the defender now, and a 1v3 situation, but Ash is going to be capped at the end, and now the counter defuse is going to be imminent, putting us to a 6-2 match point. This is going to be a no point of return, guys.
Defenders win.
And now Okami just won. It's the other way around, 5-3.
Oh, sorry.
No worries. But yeah, so I was gonna talk about it exactly just the other way around. The point of no
it is the other way around. That is completely my bad. I've not been paying attention to this round. That is me talking bullshit. That is me talking complete bullshit. I am so sorry.
So the one thing
Jesus.
that I'm kind of disappointed in is that OBS, for some reason, is no longer showing the videos for the transitions. So the transitions are basically just cut transitions, which is, well, subpar or really below what I present production-wise. So I think I'll try to, as soon as those replays are finished, figure out what happened and let you just take over for the casting part.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so sorry, completely scratched what I was saying. So Katsu on the attack, that was actually quite interesting to see. That was my bad completely. Yeah, it was the 6-round regulation, and I did not even notice that. Oh, sorry, we all have our failures here and there, but yeah. So Katsu on attack, that was quite interesting to see. I mean, of course, we did see a lot of angle holding. It was pretty efficient for Katsu to be on attack like that, even though they did get their they got a lot done in Katsu in terms of being able to plant and all, but they really just got shut down. Simply put, Okami was able to take advantage of them in every single way possible. Unfortunately, of course, Ash was watching a lot of the angles for Thermite, even though she did have low health, so it didn't really leave a lot of fragging opportunities for her at the end, especially she did have to watch a lot of passive angles, but nonetheless, I still say it was a very great effort for Katsu being on attack, especially the first couple rounds. They tried their hearts out, and I would have to give it to them, but Okami is going to be on their steep way to causing momentum for themselves. So if they do cause momentum, they might be able to get themselves back up here and possibly get a overtime for themselves, but that is going to be in the way future. And let's talk about the now. I'll let you take this one.
So in the now, I had talked about the first Amaru appearance. Now we are at our first Goyo appearance. The first shield, and I kind of wanted to take a look at the shields, but as I've said previously, I was quite occupied during the preparation phase. Those two are, Vulcan shields. So pretty much anywhere you might expect an attacker to try to plant the diffuser, a shield will be placed, and obviously you don't exactly want to use the shields to defend, or to just anchor up behind them, but actually to blow them up in the face of the attackers. The good, bad news, depending on who you're rooting for, is that so far the bandit tricksing phase has worked without a bandit, but that will come to an end as the verticality play here due to Sledge, and I believe Ash especially seems to have worked. The natural cell here will barely not get the kill on 6, who will be unscathed and is now free to just walk down the yellow stairs, but there's a silhouette right there with the shotgun that was obviously not going to fly, prompted quickly shutting 6 down, and he's absolutely ready to receive some more pressure, which might be coming from Nog. Nog, low on the health, will absolutely not be allowed any mistakes. If he peeks at that range, the shotgun will probably be fatal, and that's why we're not going to try that again. Makarov taking Ash's position, playing the verticality here. Does he barely see the feet? He does. He'll try to go for the kill, and it works! So Nog here might have a way in. A few kills are happening here and there, but all in all, there's only barely under 40 seconds remaining. The Toxic Babes here might be a game changer. This was Z-Flax's first, so he still has plenty to go. And yeah, he is absolutely ready to shut down any and all push from the attackers. Nog, however, finding a way in, able to plant the diffuser, and I don't see anybody in a position to shut him down. Kilo will have to make a run for it, but he does not seem aware that the diffuser is being planted. It is now a 2v4 situation that was just turned around, or turned upside down in a really swift fashion. Z-Flag now in a 1v4.
Unfortunate. Z-Flag is going to have to be on a steep retake here with a 1v4. Angles are all against him now. He does get one down. Is going to be the Thermite, and he's going to have to take another engagement, and he just gets shut down. Attackers do win out round 9. This is going to be a win for Katsu this time. Sorry for Katsu. And we will be put into now the match point situation that we have all been dreading.
Alright, so this will be my first test. Are the replays now working? Answer seems to be no, though I hadn't had time to take a look at that. That source in particular, but yeah, I am quite annoyed at OBS right now. So yeah, the push was quite smart, I had to say, though it took its sweet time. You absolutely had to take care of those Vulcan shields first, which in hindsight absolutely does justify the time the roamers, or the anti-roamers should I say, by the piano room took before Thermite actually pushed in. But once the attackers were in, once Katsu were able to push into the objective, they were absolutely certain of what they were doing, and it showed. So all in all, now a match point situation. Katsu are on their way to victory. Is the Stinger transition working? Yes, it is. Thank you, OBS.
All right, well, let's look at this next round. We will be put into match point, Okami and Katsu, and this time Katsu is going to be at odds to win out this round. Now, quite interesting situation they've set up for themselves. They do have Gridlock, Zofia, Thermite, Buck, and Ash this time around. They have been having very slight switch-ups in their actual composition, but for the most part it has been the same. Just been the same idea, you know, having those two utility operators, two hard entry operators, and a hard breaching operator. So I have to say, all in all, that this is actually a really good setup. It does have the ability to watch lots of flanks, lots of rotation possibilities from the defense, seeing that Okami is for the most part a very, very aggressive team in general. They are very confident on the pitch. We have said this before, but Katsu is going to be getting swift refrags for themselves 4v4 situation with not only the dot going down, but the actual Buck going down as well. So those are two actually pretty good operators for both teams. So I'd say it'd be a pretty equal trade. However, admin is going to be opened up from the main wall. This does seem to be a very uniform push coming from Katsu this time around. They have been using this push basically as a template for their, I believe, last about 3-4-ish rounds that they have been on attack. Yeah, so it is going to be a pretty seemingly similar push to what we've been seeing.
And it kind of does make them somewhat predictable. The question is, are Okami adapting to it? And so far, it seems to be more or less the case. I mean, they always have those roamers at the soft floor, so they know where the push is going to be coming from, but they don't take preemptive measures. Like, and for obvious reasons, we have seen nobody actually holding the administration's office. It is quite a difficult site to hold, which is why Okami aren't even trying to do so. It maybe except Duck this last round, but so far, yeah, I don't see too much changing in Okami's way of preparing for Katsu's push. And yeah, all in all, well, so far so good, I guess. It doesn't really tip the scales. Like, as you can see right now, there's only one kill on either teams, and the timer is running critically low, so the attackers here, Katsu, will have to find their way in pretty quickly, and we've seen what happened last round. It did not go over too well for Katsu, so what Okami's doing seems to be working.
Definitely. So the plant is going to be going down, but the X factor here is the extra angles that the defense is holding, as well as the smoke being put down. As I say that, Thermite is going to be fragged out. The diffuser is going to be going down right in the middle of the objective, with the extra angles being held down. Jaeger getting refragged out, sorry, and the attackers will be winning round 10. That is a very quick round for them. Noski is going to be taking the MVP on that one. I mean, he just absolutely fragged out that round, and putting us to the first map being a big GG and a win for Katsu.
Absolutely. Oh, and that is back. I am so happy. Yeah, so GG for Katsu, and correct me if I'm wrong, like, I have so many things to think about. I am forgetting major parts of it, but Noski is playing Flex, isn't he? So, well, looking at his role here with those last few rounds on Gridlock, he seemed to be playing more of a support role, and therefore, well, seeing him getting this many kills as compared to the entry fraggers, right, is somewhat surprising, but still a very definite testament to his capabilities. And with that being said, I will absolutely commend him for that. So that will be it for our first game of the day. Let's just quickly tag Katsu as having won the first map. Thank you very much. And let's... God damn it, I have the wrong overlay on. Let's just do this. Thank you. Sorry about that. Yep, and let's just... Yeah, I know it is coastline. The players... Yeah, let's just check. Do you guys want to start the game right now, or do you want to take 5 minutes?
Yeah, just a second.
All right, no worries. So they're asking for 5 minutes, and I guess this would be as good a time as any for us two to take a small break. So yeah, we will be back in just about 5 minutes. I will prepare that sweet be right back screen that we now have access to, since we have recorded a few replays in the last game. And yeah, so you want to do an analysis of the last game, or do you want to take 5 as well?
You know what? I'll do something really quick so we can just get through it. I would have to say that overall, the performance of each team,
So,
I wouldn't say that
can you have a sec? I'll
Okami...
just cut you off.
Oh.
I will be right back. I'll take 5, so you're on your own. Be right back.
Got it. Okay. So let me just go on with my rambling spree here. Can tune me out, do whatever while you look at the replays. But yeah, something quite interesting to actually see is that Katsu did better than Okami. Okami didn't necessarily do bad, but Katsu just really did better than them. I mean, I really can't say that Okami, made the most, glaring mistakes. I think it was just really everything that added up to them losing out their rounds. It was really, a mixture of things. It was Katsu being able to take advantage of them, along with the fact that Okami really played into their predictability a little bit too much there. I believe it was really both teams that did it in effect, but Katsu is just, they kind of just have the better players in that stance. They really do, because you can say and argue that Katsu, if it isn't broke, don't fix it with their strategies, right? But you can also argue that with Okami, right, they needed to change something. They needed to do something different. They needed to adapt, but they didn't exactly play to their strengths on that one. They didn't exactly adapt to that. If they were able to really spot out the wrongdoing of Katsu and be able to take advantage of their different strategies that they were holding out on them, then I'd say Okami would have a much easier time at fragging out and getting kills against Katsu, but unfortunately they didn't just do that. They kind of just stood back. I feel like they played very, very well, but at the same time, it was really just Katsu that was able to set the pace mostly for the rounds.
You guys choose what side you wanted?
Play off of their strengths more than Okami's. There's definitely was a lot of roaming going down. There was a lot of roam shutdown. There was a lot of hard breaching efforts. There was a lot of plants going down. So a lot of the stuff that we predicted beforehand throughout the match really came to be. So, I mean, I'd have to say, overall, great match. Great match. It was big barn burner. Obviously, it wasn't the, 7-8 match that we expect to see, but it's also a very great match overall.
So, yep, you probably heard me typing. I am back. I'm not gonna go into my analysis because I will probably overlap in no small part with what you just said. So,
and sorry to cut you off. I believe your replays didn't work. I'm not quite sure if you had your replays on or not. Are you looking at the stream?
No, yeah, I haven't put them on because you were just gonna talk. So the be right back screen is when you're not there, when you're not talking, to have music on, which did not make too much sense with you still talking into the mic. So we're not gonna have that scene up just yet. Z-Flag saying they're ready, so we will be set to go. Just to make sure, Katsu's attacking first, so blue team on attack, orange team on defense. Does that go with you guys? Because I believe
You great?
Wait, what did you say?
So Katsu attacking first, is that correct?
Yes. That's correct.
Yeah.
All right, let me just make sure. Blue team.
Can we take
All right.
attack OT, please?
Okay, I think I would have to update the playlist though.
No, you can just do it in the settings. You don't have to update the playlist.
Oh. My bad, yeah, okay, so Okami gets OT, Katsu starts attacking. Let me just double check the parameters one last time and then we'll be good to go.
Roger
So-
that 10-4. Over.
Blue team starts attacking first. First team on attack during overtime. Orange team. Custom names. If that sounds good. Alright, good luck, have fun, and may the best team win.
You got it, Hans.
And we are good to go!
Alrighty, so the types of bans that we can expect on Coastline, we've already talked about the map itself, but let's take a look at the bans. So we can expect a little bit of hard breaching, possibly a Thatcher, more so geared toward utility because this map doesn't really need a lot of hard efforts, especially if you're not going penthouse. That's really probably the biggest hard breaching opportunity you can get for yourself. I'd have to say that we can expect to see a lot of utility being taken away. Yep, Buck is going to be taken away. He's a big utility operator. He has lots of frags, and he's actually an entry frag operator, so this might actually be going towards a target ban. Something interesting that we haven't quite seen yet from Okami and Katsu, and Lion being banned by I believe it was it Okami or Katsu? I think
Katsu,
it was
by Katsu.
Katsu. Yeah, Katsu.
Who are attacking
So,
first, right?
yeah. So, wow, okay, Lion definitely seems like a target ban. Echo, obviously, he's a resident band operator. Nobody wants to deal with Echo. He's not only an intel operator, but he's a very straightforward plant denial operator and a very hard one to spot out at that. Valkyrie, yeah, these basically are the same bans that we saw last time around, so they are putting
yeah.
a big damper on the utility game for the defense each time around. They're putting a big damper on not only the utility but the intel game. So intel is going to be shredded for the defense, which is in Okami's hands right now.
So with the intel being, brought down a notch, and Mishmash is raiding with a party of 7. Hey Mishmash, how you doing? Thank you for the raid. I take it your stream went well, or at least I hope so. And yeah, so here we have those two, as you mentioned, intel operators being banned, so obviously the Okami team will jump on any and all intel operators that are remaining. So Maestro and Modzi both have cams of their own, and they will be basically compensating for Valkyrie and Echo's absence. Pretty much as straightforward of a compensation as you might as they might get, because Maestro can play as a plant denial operator and prompted, well, aside maybe from Valkyrie, there's no better cameras than his, as he can position them wherever. Well, he can jump the drones, and yeah, that's gonna be just as good as Valkyrie, with the only exception being he can't toss the drones outside, unlike Valkyrie.
Yeah, but we will be seeing a potential spawn peek maybe from Mozzie. This might just be, yeah, it might be a castle barricade, but nonetheless, I'd actually like to comment about the VIP. So VIP actually got opened up by Mozzie rather than actually shut and breached. Sorry, not breached up, but put a hard I cannot find the words for it. Oh my
Barricaded.
gosh. Barricaded. Yeah, we'll say barricaded. Put a barricade over it. But yeah, it's something quite interesting to see. Definitely a strategy that Okami might be using, thing that we don't normally see every day. But nonetheless, it is something that could really attribute to their win or potential loss. We don't really know yet. But yeah, and another thing really that's actually quite thrilling to see is that they're using a tertiary site for their primary site. Rather, they're going penthouse and theater instead of taking kitchen and hookah billiard. So this is actually possibly going to be throwing Katsu off for a loop. It does really seem like it is right now. They're attempting to play it very slow, but methodically in the same way. So who knows? They might be playing more so on repel and pushing in at the last few minutes or seconds of the round. We don't quite know, but that's definitely what we can expect from them.
And the Claymore here getting the first blood in Katsu's favor. This round, as you said, they're taking their sweet time and they really want to make sure what they're doing. They really want to be 100% positive that the push is going to work before they commit to anything. And so far, it seems to be working. Like, we haven't seen too much well, reaction from the defense here, as Nog, is not gonna be well, choked out by that smoke. Z-Flag here just missing his toss, and it's now a 2v5 situation. But as I said, this 2v4, 1v4 situation. I don't see Benji clutching this. As I say that, yeah, he was as good as gone. Katsu here winning the round thanks to 6 due to the final kill count, but it was a team effort and it worked out perfectly. The idea of going tertiary site in the first place, in hindsight, maybe was a bit of an error.
Definitely. It really was a lot of angle holding, and once the attack actually did get control of the site, it was just easy pickings for them. And by saying that, I really do mean that the defenders were so far off site and the residing defenders on site were flushed out so quickly, so easily, that it really just came down to holding very, very simple angle, meaning the main window in the objective, the actual theater itself, being able to take control of it. It didn't even really require the attackers to be sitting on site to hold such a straightforward angle like that, and that is really the beauty of Penthouse and being able to have an objective there. It really is a double-edged sword for staying there, and it unfortunately didn't work out for Okami this time, but who knows? Their defense might be working on hookah billiards. They are going to be bringing Goyo, though, this time, so this is going to be a potential time-wasting opportunity for Okami if they do use the Goyo shields in the correct format.
Yeah, that last Goyo shield definitely was not being placed in a plan denial positioning here. It was really to aid Prompted, who's no longer in the home cinema area here. But either way, really, Goyo is quite an interesting operator that I'm quite eager to see how the pros actually play him, because I definitely don't play him like that due to my, well, lower technical capabilities on Rainbow Six. With that being said, we do see a nice positioning here from the defense as well. So Z-Flag will be an OBJ, and we'll have quite a fair bit of, or quite a few cross angles. And obviously, the others will be roaming. The question always is, the attackers here, Katsu, will they go directly into the objective to minimize their exposure to potential roamers, or will they go, for example, in through the first floor, say kitchen, thus making them potentially more vulnerable to roamers? The answer seems to be, well, the first choice I have laid out here. Habibi definitely going directly for the OBJ, but will be shut down quite rapidly. I think I saw a silhouette at the first floor, that being Makarov, and looking at the roamers here, there aren't too many of them that are on the first floor. Actually, none of them are, so for the time being, Makarov will remain unpunished, and though he only has 2 grenades to work with, and the one being used for the barbed wire, so I expected him to play a bit more aggressively on the verticality, but he will get a ping, and that might be the end of, oh yes, but it was actually Nog who got the kill. Makarov definitely providing the distraction that led to the kill. Nice teamwork, all in all. Just over half of the round has been played so far, and the attackers are slowly but surely pushing in.
Yeah, so the pace being set for Katsu is absolutely amazing. I really cannot say enough about this, especially because not only are they taking out the defenders as they're going along through the map, but they're really making their presence known. They're holding efficient angles, they're sitting on angles and playing aggressively enough to really distract the defenders and duly get the kills on them without having to take the collateral of their own. So it really does, a lot of it truly does go down to the teamwork that's being played here. It was absolutely amazing efforts by them, but right as I say that, Layman's going to be grabbing the kill on a very aggressive Zofia. She might have just played that a little bit too much in the last efforts of the round there. Layman now sitting hard on blue stairs. He's going to be the differ for the actual plant going down. It does seem, yep, that Layman is going to be taken out. This is a double kill for the Habana. 3-3 situation. Time is going to be ticking down. 20 seconds. Smoke getting capped by 6. Now with the diffuser going down, it's up to Mozzie and Jaeger, who's at very low health, may I add, to actually defend.
Jaeger's
and
down,
retake.
actually.
Oh, sorry, he is at he is going to be down, but the attackers are going to win out this round. So really, when I mean low health, I guess I mean down. But yeah, it absolutely amazing round coming from Katsu and Okami. Unfortunately, Okami not able to retake and really in that way secure the objective. Hookah themselves. It really did seem to me that Okami was going to take that round at the beginning. They really did have some strong frags at the beginning, but it was shut down by the end. Makarov playing very, very aggressive, was able to take down Kilo. Kilo being a main presence, sitting in hookah, and then Habana just walking in, able to get an aggressive kill off intel from the Layman, the presiding Goyo in the objective, and by that time, it was basically an easy plant.
So there you go, the Claymore being a sad and unfortunate demise. At that level of play you would expect the players to know, but obviously our last remaining player, Smoke, I believe, I am very bad with remembering this kind of stuff, Z-Flag, let's assume, was under a lot of pressure. No, actually, it was prompted with Mozzie's, my bad. Was under tremendous pressure. He was in a definitely unfavorable situation. He tried to go for the run out, and that did not work, but he probably will know that for the next time. With that being said, having lost 2 rounds in a row, Okami can really go wherever they want, and they'll go hookah again without too many surprises here. To be honest, I expected that. But the question is, what are they going to do differently? Now that they've seen how Katsu tends to push into the site, how will they, well, fix what didn't work last time? Prompted still seems to be roaming. Benji, same. And actually the positioning seems to be pretty much the same. Was Maestro present last round? I believe he was, wasn't he? So far, I don't see anything different in the actual setup. So let's see if we're going to be seeing something new in the execution, or will that round play just like the last one did?
We definitely are going to be having to see something new in the execution, as Nog is going to get down by, I believe it's the Maestro. So Maestro playing a lot more aggressive this time around, and with great success. I really cannot say that enough. Nog is a very, very big operator for the attack. Unfortunately, is going to be downed and revived, so he does still have the opportunity to make a play during the round, but with very low health, he doesn't have too much of an opportunity to play aggressive anymore as he did the previous round. So with Makarov having the intel where that Jaeger is, he is going to have to play a little bit backwards here now, kind of walking around the kitchen area. He might be able to get a flank, but I really don't see it being in the cards for him. Unfortunately, Magrav's still watching the actual courtyard, and Mozzie watching his cross walking out into the main hall.
So on the objective itself, however, progress is being made. Did I see a first toxic babe there? Yeah, with over a minute 20 remaining on the clock. This is looking good for the attack so far, though nobody has died. Makarov, as you mentioned, will have issues, to say the least, to push them forward, and issues is really an understatement considering he's now dead. And I was gonna say 4v5, but rather 3v5 situation. The attackers here seem to have a bit more difficulty. Nog, the bearer of the diffuser, also is pretty low on health, so he will just not be able to bully through a toxic babe's smoke cloud here, unlike somebody else who hypothetically still had full health. So here he was able to just sneak into the objective, but he got a bit too greedy for his own good. He might have had a shot at planting the diffuser. This is now gone in a 1v5 situation. We are looking at a flawless round for Okami. It all rests on Habibi's shoulders. Will he be able to get the flawless, the comeback, the ace? Apparently not. Okami with the flawless round. This serves as a nice comeback, as Katsu had gotten a flawless last game as well.
Wow. So I watched one of the defenders actually completely whiff the Habana. He knew that the Habana was there and walking into the objective actively, but unfortunately just completely missed. And I'm so sorry, whoever did that. I expected more. I expected more from you. But yeah, you kind of saw at the beginning there the silhouette that was actually holding in the billiards room. Actually watched the Habana walk into the objective. Must have just not been the right time, right place for them. However, the defense still was flawless, so I would have to give it to them. But overall, I would say the round was a big success for the defense. They realized what went wrong, they realized how the aggression was being put into place, and they counteracted it. There's really nothing too much more to say about that, except for the fact that the roaming presence was much more active on the first floor this time around, rather than the second floor. They definitely put a lot of their attention towards Makarov, who was sitting in Sunrise, and just basically shut him down. So there's nothing too much more to say about that other than great job to Okami and 2 more rounds for them like that.
So with that being said, 4th round, 2-1 situation. Should the current situation keep on going, I think Katsu would be on their way to a victory, though the game is still pretty young, though the sample we're working on is pretty small, considering Okami are defending here, considering this is their map, and considering it's a 2-1 scoreline. Something will have to change. If not, Katsu might be on their way to they might be onto something, considering also with how big a lead they were able to secure the first game, or the first map, should I say. If I was an Okami fan here, I'd be slightly worried, I have to say.
Definitely. So, yeah, slightly worried, a little bit of an understatement. They unfortunately lost the first round. Of course, down, but not out. But I don't really see too much potential. And of course, you know, you cannot leave them out of the game, but especially after that first round going into it, they might just be at a disadvantage, especially with morale. So they, again, even more of a steep hill to climb throughout these rounds. But getting into the game itself, we'll be seeing very interesting position from the defense. Kilo is going to be roaming first floor courtyard, main lobby area. We'll be seeing a lot of angles being held from the attack, so hopefully they won't get stagnant like Okami did in the previous rounds. This time, though, Okami is on defense and Katsu is going to be on offense. So we might be seeing a different proceeding from the specific angles being held. Ash, however, is going to be taking her sweet time along with Habana, attempting to get into library and potentially take over blue bar. So again, the X factor walking into this is going to be the angles being held. Maestro is going to be sitting main lobby, so it does give him the opportunity, along with Mute, to those ulterior angles into the actual objectives themselves. So the attackers would find themselves very hard-pressed to plant if they were to just kind of walk into the objective without having any intel. And that's exactly what's going to happen, as we do see lots of smoke going down. The diffuser unfortunately prevented as Z-Flag gets the nitro cell kill on Nog. Makarov getting the refrag though onto Benji. This time more angles are going to be held. A second defuse attempt is going to be going down, and Kilo unfortunately did not get the kill on Capital. Diffuser is going to be going down. However, Z-Flag getting himself a double kill. Lots of more refrags are going to be happening with a 1v3 situation now. Sophia is going to be having to watch above, as the diffuser is not going to be diffused anymore by the attackers. This might have to be a long arm situation. The counter diffuse is going to be happening though, as Sophia cannot prevent it, and she just gets shut down, just pushed from many different angles, and it just was not a successful retake from the Sophia.
Unfortunate that the K-79's stun grenade was not able to prevent the plant of the diffuse or the counter diffusing, because if not, it could have gone the other way, though it was not guaranteed. And by far, suppose hypothetically that Sophia does get that flick on whoever was pushing her from the top floor, we could have seen some nice action happening. But at the end of the day, Maestro took the hit. He prevented the nade from blowing up in range or at the right moment to disorient whoever was destroying that diffuser. Okami winning the round with a really convincing retake of the objective. It was quite interesting to see how Katsu really wanted to plant the diffuser, even though they had not flushed out the roamers, even though they had not exactly been able to dwindle the defenders, the Okami's team's number down, right? You still had way more than only 1 or 2 defenders or roamers even left in the game. And all in all, it might have been maybe a bit too early, but at the same time, the clock was running low. So yeah, you just have to commend Okami on their defense here.
Really. And like somebody said in the chat, small mistakes cost it. And like I've said previously, it goes down to the actual mistakes that start building up over time. We saw the misinformation from the attack. They did not secure the objective well enough to actually make a play. And even though they did make a play and it being successful, it wasn't held very well. And by that, it just kind of burnt out. And the attackers were very, very easily fragged out, and it just left the Zofia to kind of handle herself.
So this is something new. Okami went for a couple of spawn peaks. I was looking at Benji's attempt, which failed to due to no errors of his own. Only no members of the Katsu team spawned there, but Prompted was a bit more successful. And goddammit, I'm still missing kills. But yeah, so this was quite interesting to see the hard breach taken out extremely early on. Diffuser lost as well, so Habibi had to go on a bit of a he had to go on a bit of a rotation to recover the diffuser. Nothing too critical, so yeah, he lost maybe 15 seconds on the round, which might end up being costly later on. But it is especially the loss of their hard breaching capabilities here that is going to be, well, problematic for the Katsu team, because you bet that their attack hinged on opening up that bedroom wall, you know? So now they'll have to figure out something new, and they're really going hard at that rappel window. However, if no defender is peeking you from that angle, you're not gonna get much done. So I'd really have to look at it was Habibi, I'm still missing kills, sorry about that. But yeah, you really have to look at what the other attackers are doing. Habibi here securing a first kill, seems to think he'll be flanked from behind, and Makarov making his way on the first floor.
Alrighty, so Mazi grabbing the kill on the attacker, but it seems like Okami's health in general is going to be dwindling now with a 3v2 situation just as I speak, with the Ella being the one operator off the objective and Kilo being the operator on the objective. Doesn't really leave much opportunity for Okami to move around now, especially with it being a very singular situation now. Kilo on his own, having to defend himself, and the objective in general releasing an engagement between Thatcher and Maestro. Maestro able to pick up the kill on Thatcher, with Ash and Capital left to defend themselves. Capital being a very vital, actually, utility operator, so he is able to smoke out the objective and allow Ash to plant. Just as I said that, Ash is going to be walking in here, and hopefully with a successful plant in the end. She is going to be holding hard angles though, especially on the doorway, but moving into the objective, she is going to be making the attempt at planting now. This is going to be a kill for Maestro, but he is going to be refragged as Ash grabs the kill, and I can't even speak today, oh my gosh. She finalizes the round.
Yeah, that was almost a clutch here coming from Okami. Nicely done. The early kills really did cement the round at the very beginning without any hard-reaching capabilities. They really had to adapt somehow, and unsurprisingly, it did not exactly work out in their favor. So with that being said, the scoreline is now 3-2, way better than what we saw on the previous map, and we are now going to play the 6th round, the last round before the role swap. And what can you say with the role swap other than it is going to be Okami's last chance at winning rounds on defense, which they absolutely dearly need. So evening out the scoreline for that for the end of the 6th round would be an ideal situation for them. And they will absolutely be in a position to do so, as we are back at the hookah and billiards bomb site here. So if they can win anywhere on the map, it's there.
Definitely. So we might actually be seeing a 3-3 situation played out for Okami. Not exactly the situation that they want walking into their attack rounds, but it is going to be the situation that Katsu wants walking into their defense rounds. So, of course, this is going to be a, of course, defender-sided all the way. But I would, again, have to say that walking into attacking rounds, Okami is going to be playing this. Still, it is going to be somewhat evened out, but they, of course, are going to be playing a little bit on an uphill battle throughout the next few rounds, so we might be able to see that being played. But, yeah, I'm quite excited to see what's in store for the last defense round for Okami. We did see that Smoke already got damaged quite a lot, so they already put themselves on an inherent disadvantage with about 2 minutes and 20 left on the round. However, the attack has not made too many moves on the actual site itself yet, or the map, walking into the building, so it might be a little bit hard-pressed for time if they do take it too slowly and don't set the pace for themselves right.
So the defense here is going to become somewhat repetitive. We have seen how Okami sets themselves up when they're defending hookah billiards. So Katsu were able to adapt, and Okami were able to adapt again. So we've seen this back and forth once or twice by now, and I am glad to see Okami yet again coming up with slight variations on their strategy in the hopes of being able to win that very important 6th round here. So far, well, I might say so good. The attack has used up around half of its time without any kills happening so far, though we were able to slowly but surely push into the objective. I believe we're about to see that roam from prompted here, but oh, he strafed exactly when he was being picked by, I believe, 6 here. So the attacker's positioning is absolutely being known here, and the defense will have to react to that. With a minute remaining, the Toxic Babes will start to be tossed here, and Z-Flag is absolutely ready for it, but his health is pretty low, so any and all mistakes are going to be fatal to him. And yeah, we absolutely know how important those smoke canisters are for a defense such as this one. The verticality here will be he will barely be saved by the fact that he's sitting on the couch here, and absolutely it was the right thing to do, because he would have been gone for. Smoke's coming up, we know exactly what this means. Well, the other type of smoke, the Toxic Babes, are going to be up next. Kilo here trying to go for the kill, but he will be burnt to a crisp, forcing him to fall back on. And oh no, that diffuser is barely being destroyed through the verticality, I believe. 3v4 situation. Every defender has lost some amount of health. The attackers, not exactly so. So it's looking good for the attack health-wise, but they'll have to plant the diffuser really quickly here. Z-Flag, is he in a position to prevent that diffuser from being planted? He will try, but we know how important it is to prevent that plant from happening. So Katsu, they were absolutely ready for it, thanks to, I believe it was not Buck, sorry, Capital, who was rappelling upside down. He was able to shut down that smoke, which was the absolute most important kill we've seen this round.
So, other than the smoke, there actually wasn't a lot of intel, or sorry, not intel, but utility played on the defense squad. So, of course, they had a Mozzie up, which means they had a Nitro Cell that they could have used, which they unfortunately did not use. They had a Maestro up, which means they could have used more utility, and they could have possibly denied a plant, given that the Maestro cams were still up. They had, you know, all these different types of utility. They even had a Jaeger being put into play that didn't really get too much of its use out. And all in all, it really didn't do anything. It really wasn't you know, prevention factor in any of the attack from Katsu. So I would have to really question Okami's ability at using their utility throughout the round. Of course, you know, we did see the smokes being placed and put down throughout the round, but again, it did not deter the actual plant itself. It did not do anything else but just bide out a little bit of time for the attack. And may I say that the smokes were placed quite early as well, so it gave still a lot of a time for the attack, especially with the amount of health they had versus the defense and them having to play passive just to make a plan. So it really, overall, it really just gave out an easy round for the attack. I mean, there wasn't any real aggression and actual flanks coming out from the defense other than one, which was from Benji. I believe he did get immediately refragged as Jaeger from that, so it really was a trade and not a super effective one at that, especially considering the overall almost flawless round from Katsu. But yeah, a great round from Katsu though. Again, I'd have to say, you know, each team tried very hard to actually win the round, but yeah, actually walking into this round, sorry, I talked way too long for last round, but yeah, it's actually interesting to see, and as I said that, wow, the drone just got taken away from the Doke's hands. We will be seeing, however, Doke being played this time around. We have not seen her being played yet throughout this Coastline game, and I am so thrilled and so eager to see what kind of effect she has to hold on this round.
So definitely we're going for the intel on Okami's side, and yeah, as I have mentioned last game, role swap, new teams attacking and defending, new mains on either teams, or yeah, new operators that we haven't seen so far. You've talked about Doke. Alibi is going to be Katsu's, well, newest addition to the meta here. But yeah, we're not gonna delve too deep into that as the action here is happening. Habibi will be taking considerable amounts of damage, and he's in no position to turn off his phone, so his positioning should be known. But he was able to fire a few shots without landing them though at Prompted, who quickly picked up on that and got a kill of his own. So the objective itself is going to be somewhat softened up here. Nog droning in the objective itself, though he is not under any piece of soft floor. He could have been easily pushed here. Should have Ash gone for a really aggressive push here. And yeah, Nog getting a nice kill. Quite important as well, as he's the only one that's directly on the objective. So with good smoke cover, the attackers Okami could hypothetically plant the diffuser really quickly if they're able to take care of Nog, who will be receiving some pressure as Z-Flag pushes in and gets a nice kill here. So now what's going to happen is basically the remaining Okami guys, in this instance pretty much Lemon, will try his best, Lemon as you pronounce his name, will try his best to prevent the remaining defenders from coming back on OBJ, as probably Z-Flag will be planting the diffuser really shortly here. He is just not able to protect himself behind the bomb, and he'll have to find the answer pretty quickly as there's only 11 seconds remaining. Six knows exactly what's happening. He has to push in, gets the first kill. Will he get the second one? He does! And will he get a triple? Ladies and gentlemen, this was a clutch moment right here. Had the diffuser been planted, the tables would have been totally turned. He was able to sneak by his opponents using that bar as a piece of cover. Nicely done, and it paid off.
Wow. Absolutely amazing plays from from Six there, especially at the end. He definitely cemented himself as an MVP that round, and with the Doc holding just the slightest pixel peek, he was able to prevent the plant actually from going down in the first place. It really dampened some time for Okami and allowed Katsu to walk into the objective, maybe even make a distraction for themselves and finalize the round in their proceeding. But as I say that, it is quite evident that Okami still made a pretty good hit on the round themselves. It really was a back and forth round. I mean, you can truthfully say that it was a 2v2 situation up until the end, where Six really just took advantage of intel and positioning, and really just probably one of the most important moments he could have flanked. He took the opportunity, and he really knew what he was doing by the end, and I can't commend that enough.
Yeah, 6. So we talked about Noski being MVP last map. 6 so far, assuming not Katsu wins the map. 6 is absolutely on his way to being MVP here. The scoreline is now 5-2. Okami, they're not in as big a trouble as they were last map. They absolutely have to figure out something quickly, because if not, well, Katsu are only 2 rounds away from a victory here, and not just a map victory, a best of 3 victory, total victory. So yeah, Okami, you guys really have to come up with something new pretty quickly here. And let's see what they've got. The operators pick, the composition itself does not seem to be changing up too much on the Katsu side of things here. So it is just about what we had last time, with the notable exception, or the notable absence of Alibi being replaced by, I believe, Maestro. But other than that, on Okami's side, it really seems to be exactly the same comp as well. So more of the same could be a good sign for Katsu.
Definitely, and like we've been saying, if it isn't broke, don't fix it, right? And Katsu's definitely in the lead, so it's pretty evident that they definitely are doing something right on their front. But yeah, we do see a lot of repetitive play through Katsu, and a lot of repetitive composition, as we do see the Maestro, the Mazi, right? The Smoke and the Jaeger, and of course, you know, the Doc kind of being put on the back burner for some of the rounds, but again, he's being pulled out this time around just with the ACOG being put into play. He is a very big player for ACOG, and it seems like the presiding defender for Doc is a bitch for ACOG too.
So, goddammit, I'm missing every kill here, but the push is coming. Noski able to shut down the first attacker. Kilo is now in VIP lounge, but he knows he has a bit, or multiple problems. The first one being 6, who will not just put him down, but absolutely take him out. It's now a 2v3 situation, but the attackers were able to take a foothold on the objective, but that obviously was not going to hold if 6 has anything to say about that. Lemon now in a 1v3 situation. They have lost the diffuser. He has 1 logic bomb remaining, so he would be able to call them and to know exactly who is where. But that's not going to guarantee him the kills, right? Doc here, Noski holding a tight angle, which Lemon, well, will find out at his own expense that it was just too strong of an angle for him to push. He would have better stayed put, or actually he would have better found another way in. At the end of the day, though, he didn't, putting us in a match point situation. This is pretty much the situation, or the point of no return that we've talked about earlier. And that time, it is exactly happening. We're also set to see exactly the same scoreline as we saw on the first map.
Definitely. I mean, it does really seem like a replay of what's been happening over the last 2 maps itself, and unfortunately, Okami still hasn't necessarily caught on to what Katsu is giving them, and it really has been costing them their rounds. And like they said previously that they were okay with rounds, but are they okay with losing this amount of rounds, especially when they're not even able to, it seems like, figure out what's really wrong with the rounds that they are losing? It seems like they're almost oblivious to what's happening around them and to the adaptability that they're not facing. Fortunately, they have been really just losing rounds to that, but with the 6-2 match point, it does not give them very much time to really pick it up. So their backs are against the wall. They're going to have to play out something very, very different if they want to actually win out the rest of their rounds that they have for themselves. Depending on how Katsu wants to play this, they might have a little bit more time to actually fix themselves.
Alright, so sorry, I wasn't paying too much attention. I had a few things to figure out in the in the backstage, as you would say in English. All in all, when I receive Discord messages, sometimes it's because something is broken and I have to fix it ASAP. Turns out everything's just fine. So yeah, I will not pretend I actually listened to what you said. So if I do analyze the last round, I would probably just repeat what you said. So let's jump into that last round. We are going to be, for the first and only time actually, defending the bar itself. Mera was not banned, so sometimes we may see a black window here. It will not be the case. Noski here getting first kill on Benji. The hard breaching capabilities here will not be too important, like the only real site where you really want to keep Thermite or Hibana alive would be Penthouse. However, Okami, to me at least, seem a bit unprepared for this push. If you expect to be pushing Kitchen, you probably will bring a Sledge or a Buck along to play Verticality, which they absolutely did not do. So maybe they expected to push, say, Hookah or VIP, sorry. No, Penthouse VIP being the proxy site there. So they will have to make do with what they have, and it is not looking too good for Okami. As I say that, however, Prompted gets another kill, putting us at a 3-4. Not exactly Scarline, but, well, situation.
And making do is what they are going to be doing with a 3v4 situation, just like you said. Mute and Pulse are going to be taken off the board. Those are two pretty big characters, according to Katsu's composition. But now a 2v4 situation, 1v4. Okami taking complete advantage of the rest of this round. Nog is left to defend himself. He is going to have to clutch this, get a 4K in the least to finish off the round. With about 1 minute left on the clock, he is going to be bombarded from all angles, so it seems, and he is going to be walking out now into main lobby with the diffuser going down in kitchen. He is going to have to rotate back in if he wants to do the retake, go through 3 different players, and not only get the kills, but finish off the diffuse and get the sweet victory that he's hoping for. He gets 1 kill. He's able to down the Capital. That's a 1v3 situation for him. 3 more kills to go on the board for you, Nog. You got this, man. Okay, going through main lobby is going to be back to bathroom now. Attempting to get back to kitchen, and lots of verticality angles are going to be held on him. Fortunately, he is going to be taking out the second kill, and the counter defuse is unfortunately not going to be available to him by the end of the round. Yeah, verticality is still the option for the attackers, and they finish off the round with great success. So, Okami, wow, they had an amazing round, but you could take the floor on this analyzing job.
Yeah, so if anyone was able to do it, it would have been Maestro. The LMG, the hefty magazine that comes with it, could have been a great tool, as we saw by the first firefight here. Once the diffuser was planted, it was down, and we'll see them shortly here. It was Maestro and Capital who were like doing a pre-fire contest, right? And Maestro absolutely does have the superiority in that situation, but it still was a 1v4 situation with diffuser planted, though Capital, though Nog here was Maestro, though Nog was able to get 2 really nice kills. The second one that you're seeing right now, the timer was just not going to allow the diffuser from being planted, from being diffused, let alone to get the 2 other kills that were absolutely vital to be able to counter diffuse the diffuser in the first place. Let me just rant for half a sentence here. Counter diffusing, what a confusing terminology. Yubi, can you please just type in destroying the diffuser or something, because yeah, it sounds really redundant, and it is. However, though Okami were able to pull a really nice round, and it was quite beautiful. Kilo will absolutely know about this spawn kill, though. We are still in a match point situation, so Makarov here going for an aggressive spawn kill, though the attackers knew he was gonna be there. Kilo, ironically, the one that saw him was not ready for this, and it is once again hard breaching capabilities gone at the very beginning of the round. Not looking too good for Okami, but only 1 kill is a situation that you can, not exactly easily, but that is really possible to come back from. So let's see how else they're gonna play this. Prompted seems to be going in pretty aggressively. Admittedly, no roamers are on his right side, so nobody's by luggage, putting him in a unilateral face-to-face firefight situation. Should he have superior aim or superior game sense, he could make it. However, his first push was rewarded with failure. It did not exactly work out. Now his advantage of surprise is lost. As I say this, though, another defender is gonna fall down. Lemon pushing from the hookah deck, and Z-Flag will just be covering the back of Prompted now. The push seems to be pretty obvious, so I really expect Katsu to be absolutely ready for this, and they definitely are. The wallbang here will barely not be the end of 6.
Unfortunate. 1 health coming from the defense. Now, it is going to be Prompted getting lowered in his health and a Nitro Cell to end him off. 5v2 situation. Okami is definitely at odds to lose this one out. It really was the aggression from Katsu that tipped the scales, so to speak. But with the 5v1 defenders, finish off the round with Makarov being the MVP of this one. He was an absolute beast on the final round here, and it is going to be Katsu winning out the 2 points they need to move on and hit EG. So we will be back with the EG stream. I am so excited to do analyze EG and analyze Katsu as a team going up against each other. This is going to be an amazing game.
So here's something we have never done before on an ESL cast. Do you want to try to get an interview with the Katsu team? Because once again, we've never done this before, but it could be pretty interesting considering when was the other map set to start, or the second round set to start? In just under 15 minutes, if my mental math serves me right. So we do have a lot of time to do such things if we want to. Let's just transition to that scene, showing us definitely that Katsu earned their victory. It is a 2-0 maps scoreline, so definitely Katsu was able to roll through those games. So yeah, do you want to try to set up an interview?
Yeah, definitely. Do you still have what's it called? Do you still have Katsu, the players in game?
No, they've left the lobby immediately.
Okay.
I don't have their Discords either.
I will contact
you have them
on
Twitter, right?
Yeah, I'll contact them on Twitter.
And just generate an invite for the private call we're in here on Discord, and let's try to get them on. So yeah, in the meantime, I think we could analyze that game. However, well, you're way better at analyzing than me, and seeing as you're quite busy right now, I will try to do my best. So the first thing really that comes to my mind is the rooms that we've been in. So for example, the very first defense that Katsu went for was in the penthouse. So they went tertiary site at the very first opportunity, which in hindsight probably was a mistake. And also we've seen Kitchen played only once. So this definitely does show that the meta has changed more than just a little bit in the previous seasons.
Sorry to cut you off, but Steve said that he can do an interview post-match, so Steve being Nog.
Okay. So, yeah, as long as he's good with Discord, I am absolutely down to do so. Yep. There's not much else to add to that. The operators or the way the map was played was, I'd say, pretty standard. I don't think we've been surprised by anything at all. To some extent, neither of those teams really were trying to come up with metas of their own. Both teams really were just trying to perfect the standard meta and to just be the one that's able to optimize it the most. So on that front, it was quite predictable, and in a good way, because we knew what was happening, but we never knew what way it was going to go, right? You don't know who's going to win the round at the very beginning. The spawn kills were really nice as well. Katsu, they waited, or even Okami, when they were defending, waited a few rounds in to give Katsu this false sense of security. So you think, okay, we have spawned in 2, 3, 4 times by now. They never went for spawn kills, so which should be good, like going off of habit, which is something you definitely shouldn't do. Katsu, when they were defending, did the exact same thing. though they had a bit more success, mentioning absolutely the 2 times that Hibana was taken out at the very beginning of the round, especially during the, I believe, 5th round. My notes are incomplete, sadly. The round where the defense was on hookah billiards, and obviously Hibana being an absolute must, since this is the one and only bomb site where the hard reaching phase is pretty important. But with that being said, Jenna is the analyst in our duo, so I am really hoping that you are gonna be free pretty soon, because I am running out of things to say.
Yeah. So Nog is ready.
Okay.
So I am going to add him.
Yeah, just add him to that group.
Yep. I'll add him to our group, and
Oh, and here we go. All right. Let me just.
Hey.
Hey, how you doing?
Oh my gosh.
Good.
So,
You guys on fire. Absolutely amazing.
Do I have to have my webcam on?
if you want to have it on,
yeah.
you could absolutely have it on. This is actually why I swapped computers. So,
Alright, yeah, I'll do it. I don't
sorry
care.
for the potato microphone for you guys, but this is how I will be able to get your cam on the stream, should you wish to do so.
Alright, sounds good. I can do it.
All right.
Alrighty. Hello. Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
Good.
We're
good.
doing
so,
pretty well. How are you doing?
Yeah.
I'm doing pretty good. Feel pretty good for that win right there.
I can imagine.
Yeah, you guys blew him out of the water there.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Nah.
Great win. Yeah. So, what do you
Thank
guys
you.
think that your team's strong points were in that composition?
I personally think we just have really good teamwork and synergy, and we kind of just like always were applying pressure every single time they tried to do anything. Like anytime they tried to execute a push or anything like that, we would just peek them and kill them. Like our aggression was like really on point those past 2 games.
Yeah, I definitely can agree with you on that one. I saw quite a lot firsthand, especially from you, some of your replays and kills. But what
Appreciate
do
it.
you think you were able to take advantage of the most out of Okami?
I would say Okami. I think the reason why we were like the better team today over them is because they're very slow with their pushes. Like they take a lot of time to gain map control, and as they gain the map control, we're just like picking them off like left and right. And like they're just so slow, they have no time to execute, and we just kind of like just ran our stuff and we just won our gunfights and just won the game over them. They're just way too slow on their pushes and everything they do.
So you won the first map with a pretty hefty lead, and it was your map, admittedly. But going into the second map, did you expect to get a similar result, or did you think, being Coastline, being admittedly or supposedly their favorite map, what did you think was going to happen the second game?
So we were actually pretty confident when Coastline, especially we didn't expect them to pick it because we haven't showed any Coastline at all in these open qualifiers at all. Like literally no. There's like we've played it, but it's always been off stream. So we like saved Coastline and like they took us to Coastline and we were super confident. We just ran everything we did. And yeah, I mean I would say the result was expected. They had nothing on us and we just ran our stuff and just won our gunfights and won the game.
So right now, you will be going against evil geniuses who
Right.
obviously have made a name for themselves in the past.
100%.
Stressed out about that game, or do you think you can will produce some good results against them as well?
I think for EG it'll definitely be a much tougher matchup than Okami was. We've put in the work. Obviously, we've scrimmed them in the past, and since they're kind of a newer roster, you know, it might let us play more our style against them, and it might catch them off guard. I think we will do like I think we can win that game for sure. Newer
Alright.
roster, older EG or newer EG. I think we can definitely win that game.
So I might be tempted to ask the question of, well, what mistakes did you think you've made? What do you think could you make differently next time if you were to, say, try to go for a flawless 7-0 in a hypothetical rematch against Okami? However, I would understand if you guys don't want to give out too much info, since, well, you're trying to keep your Coastline game under control. So if you want to answer that, go ahead. If not, I absolutely understand.
Yeah, I mean, I can generalize it. I think like mistakes we made, I think is like, I mean, like I said, you know how we're like kind of like aggressive team, we're an aggressive team. I think a lot of like jumping out and over peaking too early and stuff like that definitely costed us. Like every time we got the first pick, I want to say against them, I don't think we've lost. Maybe we lost like one round, but like we kind of like jumped out early a couple times and just made some silly mistakes, and I costed us the round. Like for example, like our middle consulate defense, we like jumped out really early. I peeked front door, and it just like ended up in a 3v5. Granted, they're gonna take that. So I think if we just like time our aggression better and certain stuff like that, I think cleaning that up, we could bring in an even better result.
All right. Well, thank you for being here. Once again, congratulations on your victory. We intend to cast the next match, so you against EG, assuming no other ESL caster poaches the game from us, since it hasn't been, well, reserved already. So thank you for being here, and, well, we'll see you guys again in around 40 minutes.
All right, man. Sounds good. See you guys very soon.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
All right.
And
Good luck on your game.
All right. Yep. Thank you.
thank you for being here.
All right. All right. See you then.
Yeah, so I will just set up the
Yeah,
replay
make a comment
scene.
right now.
So
Make
you'll
sure
have.
to.
Oh yeah, so replays to keep the stream entertained, and then comment ASAP, absolutely. But you know what I am absolutely going to go for. Let me just hope that this overlay is not going to already show. It doesn't. Great. So if I go into here, delete this. This is exactly why I want to have a production guy. I could say, and we will see you guys in 40 minutes, and then it immediately cuts away. That would be perfect, actually. But yeah, with that being said, just hide that text. The next match is set to start at 10:30, right? So here we go with the countdown, and yeah, for real this time. See you guys in just under 40 minutes.
Defenders have eyes on the diffuser. Attackers need to protect it. Reloading, cover me! Defender has been discovered. Attackers bomb diffuser hacked. Attackers have located a bomb. Defender has left the area of operation. Defender has been discovered. Attackers have dropped the bomb. Attackers have located a bomb. 10 seconds to go. 5 seconds left. Bomb diffuser did. 15 seconds remaining. 10 seconds. There has been dropped. Bomb has been located. 10 seconds left. Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser. Attackers recover the diffuser. 10 seconds left. Attackers dropped the diffuser. Mission successful. Defender is approaching a kill zone. Defender has been discovered. Attackers have located a bomb. Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser. Reloading, cover me!
P4 out.
Attackers activating diffuser. Defenders have eyes on. Attackers bomb. Defenders disable the diffuser. Defenders. Defender is left designated. Attackers drop the diffuser. 5 seconds remaining. Attackers are activating the diffuser. Defenders have eyes on the diffuser. Attackers need to protect it. Attackers drop the bomb diffuser. 5 seconds to go. Attackers bomb diffuser. Attackers are activating the bomb diffuser. Reloading. 50 seconds remaining. The attacker's bomb diffuser has been dropped. 10 seconds left. 15 seconds remaining. Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser. Attackers are activating the bomb diffuser. Defender is approaching the kill zone. Defender has been discovered. Attackers bomb diffuser has. Attackers have located a bomb. Defender has left the area of operation. Defender has been discovered. Attackers drop the bomb. Attackers have located a bomb. 10 seconds to go. 5 seconds left. Drop the bomb diffuser. Attackers recover the diffuser. 10 seconds left. Attackers drop the diffuser. Mission successful. Operators activating diffuser. Defenders have eyes on attackers bomb. Defenders disable the diffuser. Defenders. Defenders left designated. Attackers drop the diffuser. 5 seconds remaining.
Screenshot.
Okay, for some reason this overloaded the computer, but nonetheless, we are back. How is everybody doing? We're set to start our second game of the night, being Katsu against Evil Geniuses. So, Jenna, going into that game, first of all, what do you think we can expect? We basically just saw Katsu play, and EG, well, they've made a reputation for themselves, so going into this game, first of all, what do you think will happen, or what do you expect?
So this is a pretty long explanation, so people are gonna have to buckle up for this one. I'm also going to need you to screen share me.
Oh, I don't
believe
already? Okay, sorry.
Yep,
Yep.
yep.
Let's...
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure we got that out of the way. But yeah, so Katsu as a team, we literally just casted them. We saw how well they played. Now, they did play against a lower level team, so this is, of course, we heard from Katsu, Nog, that they did already scrim against EG, so they do have experience against EG, but they don't have experience against their new setup. Now, talking about EG's new setup, this is going to be a interesting one, to say the least. So this could be either a saving grace for Katsu, the way that they play off of EG, or it could be something that determines the definite loss of Katsu. It just depends on really genuinely what happens and what we can see throughout the game. But I will say it errs on the side of that this could be a positive for Katsu, especially considering that, of course, EG has a new player, Gotcha, in place of Geo. Fortunately, Geo, as amazing of a player that he was, he did get switched out for a completely different setup that EG has now. They now have Young on a different role and Gotcha playing support. So it is a pretty big switch up for EG to do that, especially mid Pro League season. They did it towards the end of the season. They kind of timed it in that way, but during the actual US Invitational, they made it a decent way, but I believe they got outed by TSM, which actually now has Geo on their team and kind of had that insider experience. But talking less about EG and more about Katsu now, Katsu could potentially use that to their advantage, especially that we know historically that EG does play methodically. They pace themselves out. They basically wait until they can form up on the objective and make an informed and secure decision on what they want to do. This being said, Katsu could take advantage of that due to their aggressive behavior throughout their rounds. They can take the foundation away from EG, take away their the vital players that they have, Young. They could take away any other of the hard breacher operators or the support operators that we will be seeing throughout the round. So it's a big coin flip that we're walking into, especially with EG's new setup, along with Katsu's unpredictability in Pro League.
So you were talking about the players, so with a bit of delay, I have shown the infographics that we've created on both of these teams. Do you want to just talk about what we're seeing on screen here and how the one and the other team will relate to each other when you look at the different players and the different play styles?
Yeah. So, of course, we see that Nog, Habibi, Six, Makarov, Noski, we saw them last game. We saw a pretty good showing from them. Makarov getting quite a lot of kills, especially towards the end, along with Nog and Six. Um, I'd have to say, though, that their overall performance as a team really outweighed their individual performance as, fraggers, as, as many kills and as many plays as they got as individuals. They really shined as a team. That's really what we're going to have to be seeing in this next match, especially going up against EG, probably one of the biggest team play teams in Pro League out there, especially on front of the US side. They definitely play as a team, they work as a team, they attack the objective as a team. So that's going to be really a big obstacle for Katsu to have to get around. They're going to have to play even more as a team, fight fire with fire, or take down the individuals that make the team. So, this being said, I believe we can go on to the EG overlay we have set up and talk about that one a little bit.
And do you mind if I do cover the EG side of things, since well, you've been talking so much, and I wouldn't want your voice to wear off before we we even start. No, I'm just kidding. But for real, if you let me cover EG real quick, you talked about the roster being pretty young, or to be pretty new. And yeah, that latest player swap, it's not even a week old now, is it? I did not expect that news to come, well, so soon before that game that we have tonight. But yeah, with all that being said, the infographics are going to be pretty much complete here, thanks to Evil Genius's, well, reputation. They are listed on the CGG website, so we can really simply rip what's on there and put it into that infographic that we've made for you guys. So, for example, the very last, as I'm choking on the food I had during the break here, sorry. The very last number at the bottom of the screen that we have here that we have not seen for either Katsu or Okami would be the cost. The cost being basically the effectiveness of the player, or how valuable they are to the team. Correct me if I'm wrong here, but I believe it is a number between 0 and 1. So if you are at 50, or 0.50 should I say, you are basically an average player. Average for Pro League standards, but still. So everybody here on EG being above 50 is just about what you would expect. You have everybody's playstyles, for example, NVK Fragger, support, utility, and Flex. Though Flex, as you can see, has an asterisk to it. As we've talked about, Gotcha was recently swapped out, so his stats, for example, his playstyle, IQ Pulse, and his 0.65 cost, comes from his previous team. So do take that with a grain of salt, since, well, those numbers may not exactly be accurate, right? With that being said, I might just read everything that's on screen, but that would be just an insult to your guys' intelligence. In that case, I think we could just jump back into that scene and talk about the upcoming matches, especially talking about the maps themselves. So the first one will be Clubhouse. Second will be Bank, and should we have a tie situation, the tiebreaker will be Coastline. So, Clubhouse. Can you say to us about Clubhouse? I was gonna say Coastline. Wow. Yeah, you take it over.
So, I have a lot to say about Clubhouse as a map, as a form of art, to say the least. It is a defender-sided map. Definitely defender-sided map. You are going to want to go for the 4-2 split by the time you hit your defense rounds, but we're talking hard breaching and verticality. That is going to be the main game here. Hard breaching, big emphasis on this, okay? So we most likely will see a ban on either Maverick or Thermite. Most likely Maverick, especially because he does put more of a damper on a defense than does Thermite. But yeah, not Coastline, Clubhouse. Yeah, we were just talking about Coastline, but Clubhouse is a it does give you roaming capabilities. So of course that is on the table. In theory, especially with a 3-floor map, which a lot of the 3 floors can be used for extra, roaming capabilities. It could be used for intel gathering, that type of thing. It could be used for the attack strategy going up, down. So again, the attackers have a lot of room to work with, but again, the defenders also have a lot of room to work with. So we do have to keep that in mind as we walk through these rounds. We will also be seeing a lot of utility being played. It's going to be Capitao, Nomad, and of course, this is all going to aid the hard breaching efforts. I cannot express to you guys enough the fact that hard breaching is going to be the biggest thing that we will be seeing here tonight. It is going to be it's a win factor. It genuinely is. It is a factor that gives you a unprecedented outlet into the objective. Of course, even after the hard breach has gone down, yes, right? You can still prevent the plant, prevent this and that, but it's going to be exceedingly hard. And that's all I'm going to put on that one. But we will see throughout this game the true talent of each individual player walking into this, as the hard breaching effort is going to show. Okay.
Yeah, in one word, it is Clubhouse. That
is.
sentence is pretty much self-explanatory. Well, everybody that's watching, we're not exactly Pro League, but anyone that's watching at home here, well, has to be a Rainbow Six fan, has to know to some extent the meta of the game, right? Nobody here is going to be Copper, I believe, because Copper players tend to not be as invested in the game. Well, I don't want to get into that, explanation too deep, but yeah. Just saying it's Clubhouse should be self-explanatory. I think the hard breaching is going to be so important, and the bans and the playstyles are absolutely going to reflect that.
Definitely. I can agree with that. And the thing is that yes, right. The hard breaching may not be the biggest thing. The thing that we've been preaching about the last few minutes here. It could come down to, a utility engagement. It could come down to an
Absolutely
outright
can.
engagement. Of course, right? We can definitely say that. But at the same time, is it really gonna come down to that? Because a lot of rounds bases are truthfully put on the hard breaching effort. And even in Pro League, we see that, okay, we're not just talking Go 4s, we're not just talking low-level ranked matches from what we've seen. We are talking about this high-level play, the play that you expect to have some, at least a little bit of variation from normal gameplay. No, this is still a Pro League strat, so you can tell that Clubhouse is big, and again, big on the efforts to open up that barricaded wall, to open up that reinforced wall. So anything that gets you farther down the hole and anything that hinders you from opening up that wall or opening up that hatch is going to get you that much farther from winning out your round.
Absolutely, and not to change gears here, but I absolutely will. It would be just about time to get the players into the game. Noski here is still only online, so he's not in the game itself, and I have nobody on the EG team in my friends list. Obviously, I will be waiting for an invite from or for a friend request from one of the players. So yeah, this match looks like it's gonna start a bit later than the technical or than the hypothetical start time, just like the last one did, but the players are most unlikely here, I believe. Well, Katsu themselves cannot be far away, and EG, well, they've played the previous match, so they have to be pretty close to their computers as well. But yeah, we are set so far, at least it looks like we're set to start with a bit of a delay.
Definitely.
So to cover the delay, do you want to talk about Bank? Bank, which will be our second map. By the way, also, EG will start defending. So Clubhouse was Katsu's pick. EG gets to decide to start defending, and for obvious reasons, it is a heavily defense-oriented map. Bank is also a defense-heavy map, and Katsu, well, they will be starting on defense there, as per their right to do so, because EG chose Bank. So what can you say to us about Bank?
Bank is EG's map. That's all I'm gonna put out there. Bank is a map that EG has continually excelled on. Okay, we saw their match against TSM. We know, alright? We know that EG has a foothold in Bank. They love that map. They simply love it. Okay, so you really can't stop them. You really can't. And Katsu is gonna have one hell of a time attempting to stop EG from actually just outright dominating them on Bank. I'm sorry about that, but it's true, right? It's true because not only does EG have the Pro League experience in Bank, they have experience with winning on Bank, and we saw the U.S. National, right? It was a little rough for EG at some points, but it's still, you know, they came back on Bank. Bank was definitely one of their teeter-totter maps, and I can agree by saying this is that Katsu is they're putting an uphill battle even on defense for Bank. I've seen a few of the strats from EG on Bank. They do like to play very aggressive on Bank and set the pace rather than have the pace set on them because, again, they know how it is on attack for Bank, especially to be setting the pace and be playing methodical. So you would imagine, you know, that they'd try to flip the table on their defensive counterparts. So Katsu, again, they're gonna have one hell of a time setting the pace and having the pace set for them.
And as we say this, I do receive the friend invite from Gotcha. So we are set to start pretty shortly here. So just in the interest of, well, keeping it interesting for the chat, we have talked about the possible bans on Clubhouse, but I believe you actually have had a nice in-depth analysis of Bank. Have you talked about their possible operator bans?
I haven't. So Bank is it's a variation map, right? It's in variation maps you immediately go for utility, right? Because Bank, not only do they put an emphasis on hard breaching, they also put a lot of emphasis on utility, right? We're talking Maverick, we're talking hatch play, we're talking even like Capital, Nomad, Gridlock, all of those outside operators who are going to aid the plant because Bank is a planty map. It's easy to put it, it's a planty map, and you are going to want to go for the plant as quick as you possibly can. So yeah, hard breaching, it's going to be a factor in it, but it's not going to be the biggest factor, especially what I've seen from EG so far in the National. It's a factor in there, but they go mostly for utility and playing methodical, droning out their angles. So truthfully, I'm going to have to say it's going to be a half and half through utility, potentially intel on defense, and maybe some hard breaching, but I would say that EG wants to keep open their hard breaching opportunities.
All right, well, thank you for this in-depth analysis. Definitely, you are better than me, and you will have to teach me. We are set to start really shortly. Katsu's only missing one player, Evil Genius is 2 players, so that can happen in a matter of seconds. So I will do the same shtick as I have done before we started, or just before we started the first map. Who do you people think will win this game? Who do you people think will win the best of 3, and with what, or with which scoreline? We haven't talked too much about our possible tiebreaker, which will be Coastline, since we've already played it. We've already done that in-depth analysis of this map. But with that being said, we're only missing 2 players. Flood the chat with your predictions. Who will win? Who will come out on top? I will absolutely want to see this. Only one last player is missing on the Katsu team, and I will just stop hyping it up since I'm not even sure if both teams are ready. Having 5 people in on each team is only half of the equation here. But yeah, I am absolutely pumped as everybody's here. Let's ask them
Alrighty,
if
I'm
they
I'm
are
just taking
ready.
care of chat right now. I'm timing out a few people.
The hype
saying he
definitely
needs some
is
model.
real.
Oh yeah, definitely.
All right, so NVK asks for 2 minutes, so the hype was maybe a bit too early, but still, the 4.5 minutes delay does make it quite difficult to sustain a conversation with the chat or to actually like hype it up, have the answer, and then react to the chat's answer. So that's unfortunate, but yeah, we will be good to go in just about 2 minutes. Katsu was on a heater last series versus Okami. And yeah, the chat did get quite, well, excited, and I'll take it as a good, as a good sign, you know? People are excited, people do have energy, and I prefer that to a dead silent chat. So yeah, thank you all for being here. Hope you guys all enjoy your stay. And I'm absolutely running out of things to say.
The monster sin. Oh my
Katsu.
gosh, I'm just reading out the chat.
Is Richie part of Katsu or a Katsu supporter, or is he just like making the play on words because he just found it out?
I'm not sure. You know what? I'm not sure at this point. But regardless, this match is gonna be a big barn burner. I can expect it. I mean, if we were to predict it, as analysts, I would say it's gonna be a fairly even match. I mean, Katsu has a chance at it. You know, you would expect walking in as a pro league team that Katsu, you know, well, EG, I mean to say, has more of a chance than ever, right? I mean, it seems like baby food to them at that point. It seems easy, right? But especially with their roster changes and the fact that they don't really have, you know, the most amount of experience going up against Katsu, it's gonna be a bit of a, you know, it's gonna be a bit of back and forth, and I'm so thrilled, I'm so eager, I'm so excited, whatever you want me to say. I'm so happy to be here casting this match, especially with such great teams, with such great players. I mean, these players are absolutely amazing.
All right, and it is going to be up to EG to go with the first ban of the day. It is going to be Maverick, and I have just realized how, well, you don't see the EG logo, like, at all. So I will have to fix this, like, real quick. I'll just wait for the operator band phase to be finished so I can just keep on updating the overlay. But as soon as that's done, I will have a talk with my poor choices. And yeah, talking about the bans, it is pretty much what we could expect. Capital being taken out of the picture. It is, or it seems to me to be quite a new meta. Like, I hadn't seen the Capital's flaming arrow ever, and then it popped every game. So is it just me who's been blind for the past, I don't know, years? Or did that meta just come to the forefront in half a second?
Honestly, it really started to become prominent in season, 9 and 10, I think. It was a lot of European teams that made that actual meta of using Capital's bolts to levy a hard breaching opportunity. It came from a while ago. It was actually a really flash forward idea at the time, but now, you know, obviously you could see it's an expected move, it's a predicted move, and people at this point are taking steps to stop it right before it can happen. So it actually is really good that these teams had the forward thinking to actually prevent any hard breaching opportunities coming their way, and especially shutting down a main utility operator that just goes beyond hard breaching efforts, but can aid a plant very well.
So the first defense here is gonna go church, and yeah, the gaming PC's audio is gonna go down quite a bit here. Sorry about that. Auto mod held a message. Yeah. We're not going to show
Oh,
that message.
yeah.
Sorry. I thought maybe it was a bits donation or
awkward.
something. Yeah, but with that being
Awkward.
said, thank you. We do have a new follow wave that just came through. Thank you everybody for being here. So we talked about the hard breaching probably getting banned. That translated into a Maverick ban. So without the least surprising the world, Katsu will bring to the forefront both Thermite and Hibana. We know exactly what to expect. First of all, Nog here with Thermite will make sure to open up that wall once he deems it safe, though it was not even reinforced with any type of well, reinforcement sounds redundant, my bad, but yeah, Makarov will come here and we'll make short work of that.
Yeah, so something quite interesting is that they are doing a bottom-up push. Necrox is going to be waiting, and with open arms with that shotgun for the attacking counterparts to walk in and attempt to take away Dirt Tunnel from him, but he knows better than to just let Dirt Tunnel go blindly. And we're going to be seeing a 5v4 gotcha going to be make short work of, and that's going to be the first blood of our game, and this is going to be on Evil Geniuses.
So far, so good, though it is the very first round, very first kill. Makarov will be put down as well. Nog going against Necrox and winning his engagement, he is able to get his teammate back up. This is now a 2v5 situation, and the remaining defenders are on site or are directly next to it, so it's not too bad. It's not as if the roamers had to retake control of the objective, but still, we are talking about a 2-to-1 ratio here. Modiga will be droned out quite effectively, as we heard the hatch behind open up due to Bach.
Definitely, and just to talk about Modiga, he is an absolute god when it comes to fragging, so I can definitely expect lots of frags from him. He gets the double kill, he knows exactly where these attackers are coming in from. He is going to expect, however, Makarov coming up on the objective with less than 25 health, and he gets fragged out again by Modiga, an absolute fragging power to EG. He's an asset and a god as well. So this is going to be turned very shortly into a 2v1 situation. 50 seconds left on the clock. Noski does not have a lot of options when it comes to walking into this objective. He does know where Modiga and Young are, but he is going to have to make some moves very quickly if he wants to win the rest of this round.
Absolutely, with 30 seconds remaining, his position is absolutely known, and he will take care of Modiga, putting us at a 1v1 situation, though Young knows exactly where the pressure is going to be coming from. So there's absolutely no way to surprise Young. This is why he seems to be going for a rotation, seems to hesitate. If he jumps down, he is sure to be dead before his feet even touch the ground. He will jump, and Young will take care of that. EG winning round 1.
That is an amazing engagement between Young and Noski. Unfortunately, Noski was taken advantage of. Young able to wrap around the stack of shelves and take the kill on Noski. Unfortunate though, but it was an amazing play by Young as is. And the round, truthfully, did seem to shape up as a round for Katsu. But the thing is it really, they played way too aggressive. It was Modiga that really came back and bit them in the ass at the end. He really just took advantage of the misinformation simply from the attacking team. They played way too aggressive, attempting to kill Modiga, and look at him. He was an absolute machine. He so calm and so surely he was able to frag away and chip away at the foundation of Katsu and bring it back to a 2v2 situation. Unfortunately, he was fragged out by the end, but Young came back and he just finished off the round for them. I mean, it was a quick end to an amazing round for EG.
So far, everybody who spectated was by Cash Room, but let's not be fooled by that. The objective itself is going to be in the bedroom, so this is something that you would normally not really expect, but here, well, we're casting EG after all, so anything really is possible. Maybe they have a true strategy here. Maybe it's just to confuse Katsu, to have them pull out a composition that will be tailored towards a push on Cash Room, and then just inducing them into error. I honestly do not know, since, well, EG's genius is beyond my understanding.
Oh, right. I just saw a comment in chat that literally made me laugh so hard. It said the new EG logo was designed in a kindergarten class. And honestly, I'd have to say that the new EG logo it's not necessarily a step up or a step down. I mean, we have to admit the new EG logo it's all right, but was it really needed? You know, was a rebrand really needed for EG? I don't know.
I'd say they really went for a plain or a 2D type logo. You know, the old, say, medallion definitely had a 3D feel to it, and that's the main change I would see there. So the idea is, do you prefer a 3D style object or a flat image? A simple example from that would be, and I know I'm going on a tangent here, remember the Windows 7 logos, like the folders and the icons were 3D, whereas Windows 10 is more flat. So it really seems to be a trend in design,
I guess you could say
other than
so.
anything else.
Definitely, I guess you could say so. But as we were talking, going off on this rant, the main balcony was opened up, and oh, will we be seeing a C4? We will be seeing a C4 from Odiga, but it does not get any kills, even though it does damage a little bit of the attackers. A 3v5 now, a 2v5 situation as Gotcha gets an amazing double kill off of Nog, and I believe there's another attacker. But again, as I say that, Noski getting killed straight from the drone hole from Necroc. So a 1v5, a BB up against the rest of Evil Geniuses. This is definitely not a round he is poised to win in effect. So while we are waiting for this round to go off, do you have anything to say about how well Katsu is doing, how well you think they're going to do throughout the rest of these rounds?
That definitely looked like a concession of defeat, which I have to say, I do not really like. I know his chances of winning the round were like 1 to 1,000, but should you be on that 1,000th try on that really odd chance and you just hit it, it would be a shame to just like give up, you know? On the off chance, you might just write history. Okay, I'm over dramatizing here, but you do get the point. Don't give up until it's over. And I believe Katsu may have overestimated the green roster here from EG. So they said a new roster, they maybe don't know each other too well. We might be able to work off of that. So far, it does not really look like they will. The game's still early on, so anything might change, but from what we've seen so far, I'm not really convinced of Katsu's theory.
Yeah, I mean, the first round was a pretty close round, I would have to admit. You know, they were very strong on attacking the bottom floor. They did their best, right? But the second round was a complete blowout. I mean, it beyond of of just flawless. I mean, amazing round by EG, right? But, you know, Katsu could have done a lot more with what they had. I mean, they had already opened up balcony. They already had ways into the objective that were unprecedented from EG. If they had just been able to use that in a uniform manner and taking their pace, you know, well enough, it seemed like they played a little bit too aggressive when it came to actually, you know, walking in to the building after, you know, they had this opportunity opened up for them. Maybe if they'd taken a little bit more time to drone out, gather their intel, they could have had a better chance, you know? And of course, it's the double-edged sword, right? The more time you take up, the less time you have to plant. But, you know, it really, you have to balance it out somewhere, and I feel that they really didn't balance it out. But as we walk into this next round, I will let you take this one, because I have been talking a little bit too long.
So the one thing I did realize early on, and indeed you were talking, so I didn't put it in, Young went all the way to the bedroom with all of his batteries, or axles here as he is playing the elite operator. In his back pocket, he hadn't put any of them down, and it did not seem to me like he was going to try to do the bandage fixing, which was extremely confusing to me. And it does not seem as if Katsu will even try to go for that hard breaching phase, as they're just pouring through bedroom. The pressure will definitely be coming from the other side of the building. For better or for worse, are EG aware of it right now? More or less, but we still do see a few defenders, for example, example, Gotcha here, who's absolutely ready to defend the garage, and NVK seems to be going on a roam. Actually, no, he's just roaming at the other end of the building. But yeah, slowly but surely, he will be making his way back to Katsu. So Katsu are working with limited time here. Should they wait too long, they'll be flanked, and their advantage on surprise will be gone.
Yeah, that's definitely why he needed to take the opportunity in then and now. Oh my god, as I say this, it is NVK from EG that gets the double nitro cell, and the TK goes down. Oh my god, it happened all at once. It's just Katsu. Katsu, what are you doing? Katsu.
Yeah, that round is not...
No.
Oh, Habibi gets a first kill, so at least it's not going to be a flawless. They will be, at the very least, able to save face for that round. But still, it is... There's only...
NVK's a gunner. He's a nitro cell god. No.
Yeah, with Young with another double kill here. Evil Genius is winning the third round with minimal effort, to be honest, once you had the double kill. Sorry, and the very unfortunate... Was it a suicide on the
it was a definite suicide.
Yeah, unfortunate to say the very least.
Katsu, what are you guys doing? Oh my gosh, that was such an easy round for EG, especially at the end. You gotta watch the hatch, Katsu. You gotta watch the hatch, or else you're just gonna get capitalized, and that is exactly what happened. We also saw that Young did get the TK, or sorry, not the TK, the double kill. The TK was on Katsu, but the double kill ended up winning out the round, and just Young. He really took the main stage for that one. I really think though that if it was a better poised execute and Katsu actually was able to roam clear a little bit better, possibly uproot NVK from his spot, it would have made for a much better round for Katsu. But they really just kind of walked in without necessarily knowing enough, and again, their aggressivity was their falter. So it really came down to EG just playing smarter. They didn't necessarily have to play faster or harder, they played smarter. And look at what it gave them. It gave them a double kill and TK off of Katsu. So, amazing round.
So there we go. We have won here, Evil Geniuses, won 3 rounds in a row. So there's a bit of a, repetition that's going to occur here. We are, again, in Arsenal room. Well, what skin is that? Oh, okay, it's the, it's that one skin I hadn't exactly placed it. But yeah, so EG here are looking good. They will be going downstairs again, but this time Katsu more or less know what to expect. They have played this defense once, or they've gone against this defense once. So the question is, will Katsu be able to adapt their strategy to it in order to provide or to produce a different result? It yet remains to be seen, though. Nog here spawned all the way back, and he'll have to go for a bit of rotation to make his way up to that reinforced wall. No bandit tricksing obviously will occur, and Habibi will just make sure to protect his ex-Kairos. He's not able to protect every pellet if you go off though, and he will be in a good position. Who was that? That was Gotcha, who was able to prevent, and he gets the kill through the slabs in the floor and at a cross angle with the slabs. Nicely done here. That's Hibana out with the hatch still intact. Nog will have to take over, and he is working with very limited exothermic charges, and we know how vulnerable his gadgets out of all the gadgets are to the impact nades. Though Gotcha is out of nades, so it looks like the hatch is going to be blown apart, and Noski will just send a drone in.
Alrighty. Wow. Okay. So this is going to be a 4v5 situation with about 120 seconds left on the clock. It really isn't a very good situation for Katsu to be putting themselves in, especially with the hard breaching opportunities being off the table at this point. They're not even able to open up church or the adjacent hatches, especially the moto hatch, a big contested patch for most actual metas into this round, but it does seem like a lot of emphasis is going to be put on the main actual site, which is Armory. So 4v4 situation by 50 seconds left on the clock. Makarov, aka Sledge, is going to be watching lots of hard angles, and he's going to take advantage of the NVK aggressivity, take him down in the process. Now a 4v3 is imminent with 30 seconds coming up on the clock. Modiga still sitting in blue, so he is going to be protecting the rest of the bottom floor hold, and Gotcha watching the rest.
And absolutely, pushing from dirt tunnel is so predictable. You have to scan and to clear. And as I say, this Modiga gets another kill. You have to clear the whole room, whereas Gotcha only has about 6 square feet of area to scan and to cover. Now a 1v1 situation, 8 seconds remaining. Where is Modiga? Is his position known? It appears to be, but oh! Noski hesitated and turned around at the very last second, giving Modiga somewhat of an exposed target, but definitely a target that was not going to fire back. It seems to me as if intel at the very last second was a bit lacking on Katsu's part here.
For sure. So, somebody actually said in the chat to introduce ourselves. So, while we're looking at the replays, I mean, it was a pretty self-explanatory round. Why don't you introduce us?
So, my name is Hans. I am actually the ESL community caster. My co-caster here, Jenna, sadly is not, but as an ESL caster, we're allowed to bring whoever we want on the channel, and I believe you are well worth bringing on. So I myself am French-Canadian, so sorry for the accent here. I hope it does not annoy too many people. Doesn't appear to be the case, because nobody's actually angry about that in the chat. I'll take it as a win. And you want to talk about yourself a little bit?
Sure. I am definitely not the age to be an ESL caster, but I am as enthusiastic as I can about being here for ESL. This is probably, I believe for both of us, our biggest stage to set yet.
It is.
300 viewers, and absolutely amazing support from you guys. I appreciate it so much beyond everything. Thank you guys so much for all showing up, but none the less. I believe somebody said in the chat that are y'all ain't looking for an analyst? Yeah.
Well, you know, actually what? This was something I kind of wanted to get for this production that you guys are watching right now, as the camera is going to be immediately figured out or identified and destroyed. So for those of you who were there at the beginning or before the beginning of the game, you might have seen the infographics that we had on, and I thought to myself, well, this is going to be by far the biggest production that we will have online so far. So I thought to myself, well, a host and an analyst would be the perfect person to actually present the games before they actually start. So long answer, yes. Short answer, yes.
All right, well, let's walk right into the round, shall we? So the main balcony reinforcement has already been breached through. We see Zilphia sitting on the, oh, not anymore, but she was sitting on the main gym window trying to hold the angle. So this does seem to shape up as a gym execute. So if we do get a successful gym execute, this could potentially be a winning round for Katsu. As I say that, Valkyrie is going to take down Makarov, and he is a pretty substantial fragger for Katsu, so that is going to put quite a lot of a damper on the actual attacking ability, the attacking power of Katsu itself. Now, they do seem to be taking it a little bit more pacey and slowing down their push in order to really get a good idea of what they're looking at and try to make an assumption about truthfully when to go in. So it is good that they are doing it, but at the same time, they do not want to waste too much time. So again, like I said, it's all about balancing for them, and hopefully we will be able to see quite a lot of that.
So here we go, droning when there's a nitro cell in the area. Does not seem to be too good of a health advice. The situation is now 3-5. And two things I want to point out. First of all, the previous defense here was an absolute and total disaster for Katsu. So let's see how they can do, if they can even just avoid the flawless victory or flawless round win for EG. That would already be a step up from last round. Second of all, somebody pointed out in the chat, and I don't exactly have the time to figure out who it was. Sorry, the game is going on pretty quickly here. Let's not throw too much shade at Katsu. They are attacking on Clubhouse, and
Definitely.
they're going up against EG. With that being said, though, it does not look good for the flawless round here. Or actually, Noski gets a first down. Will he be able to finish him up? No. 6 seconds remaining. He will not be getting the 3 kills he needed, though. And it will not be a flawless round after all. So, baby steps, but still, Katsu, though they lost, had a better performance than last round.
Definitely. I mean, you can definitely say they're getting better with their adaptability and at least attempting to work against what EG is giving them. But of course, you know, when you go against a pro league team like this, it is extremely hard to fare well against them. So yeah, you do kind of give them a little bit of leeway, especially because this is, you know, one of the first times they're going up against this comp. This setup with Gacha rather than Geo, so it is something much different that Katsu is gonna go up against. It's a whole new beast, really. So it's two completely different standards of a team going up against one another. So you can truthfully say, you know, everybody who's kind of an outsider looking in, that it is much harder than it looks. It really is. Competitive play is it's a steep hill, and it's a very big skill gap between some teams, and right now it's showing a little bit, but Katsu is still doing very well faring against these guys, even though it is 0-5, because again, these rounds have been fairly like not necessarily bad rounds for Katsu. They've been kind of really close engagements for them, and for that I still commend them for the performance, you know?
So I would like to point out one tiny thing before we head into that round. We are over 300 viewers right now, or we have over 300 viewers if I want to get a correct grammatical sentence here. My previous all-time high was 135, so we have more than doubled that. So who knew that casting Invitational's qualifiers would draw a couple of clicks? Thank you everybody for being here. Thank you for enjoying, I guess, since the comments seem to be, well, overwhelmingly positive. And so far so good. Let's keep on going.
Right.
This is the last round before the role swap, so last shot for Katsu to win a round on attack. Assuming these are evenly matched teams, which we might debate, we might argue about, but yeah, assuming these are evenly matched teams, winning a single round on attack might be the difference between victory and loss, or defeat, should I say. NVK here with a run out that we sadly missed, gets a nice cheeky kill on Habibi here.
Yeah, that's going to be a hard breacher and a hard loss for Katsu to have to take, especially in their last attacking round, the round that they needed to win. But as a primary site, Evil Geniuses is definitely poised to win out this one, even though the hard breaching capability has already been set down for Katsu, and even though they do have that outlet into the objective, it really isn't necessarily going to be acted on, especially with only Zofia and I believe one other silhouette I saw there at one point was really attempting to peek and potentially walk into the objective. So yeah, it is only Zofia right now at this point, but it does seem like the shift to actual pressure is going to switch now to construction. So yeah, construction is going to be a very big hold for the EG team, and they are almost seamlessly able to shift their pressure, and I mean, I personally think that's crazy.
Yeah, definitely the reaction was there. So now, oh no, team kill. Nog and Noski poorly coordinating themselves. How unfortunate. With 40 seconds remaining on the clock, as you mentioned, we were able to open up a few possible and potential macro up here with a nice kill. A few possible entryways into the objective. You yet have to set foot on there though. Gacha and Modigal looking at pretty much the same angle here. So Modigal will have his hands full. He's not able to get the first kill. Will get the second, although Makarov off. Now in a 1v2 situation, does not have diffuser and is unlikely to have any possibility to recover it and plant the diffuser. He will therefore have to go for the double kill, which will obviously be a hard task, and yeah, that was not gonna work. Gotcha, and I believe Modiga was the other remaining player, were simply too well positioned, one compared to the other, or one in relation to the other. Therefore, the task was just too much to ask for.
Definitely, and as we walk into our first round of the role swap, it is going to be a 6-0. Point of no return. I can say this with definite confidence. Katsu is not going to make it back on this one. This is a definite reminder that there are some teams that are better than others in strategy, and unfortunately, as we do see, the attack is better off than the defense sometimes, and sometimes the defense is better off than the attack, and at this point it's going to be the defense that's taking the win. I mean, let's be real.
Absolutely. So the last possible saving grace for Katsu here would be the role swap. They are now defending, they now hypothetically have the easier role. Well, not just hypothetically. If you look at the bans, I personally think they heavily do favor the defense. Without Capital and Maverick, those are the two easiest countermeasures to the bandit tricksing when you are defending CCTV. So here, if Katsu are able to pull a flawless and to win 6 rounds in a row, maybe we'll see, well, not just maybe, if they do, we do see the overtime situation that will then happen. But that is a lot to ask for, and I do realize that.
Yeah, it is quite a lot to ask for, but at the same time, we really can't count them out. I mean, of course, you know, a very steep hill to climb, but if there's a will, there's a way, eh?
Absolutely, though, you know, Katsu, though they absolutely do want to win, EG will have a say in the matter. The one thing that I do realize here is Noski will absolutely be trying to hold bar. Quite interesting. So if you look at the silhouettes, only Habibi seems to be, or no, there's also Nog, who are both on the floor of the objective. If not, it's going to be not exactly roaming like proxy defense here, and quite heavily defending bar would generally be considered a bad idea. After all, the actual bombs themselves never are going to be there. So it's going to be quite interesting to see how this plays out. Noski here taking a lot of damage due to NVK, but inflicting just about as much in return. No definite victor in that situation, but he will just drop down and forfeiting bar, which might turn out to be a problem, but Buck has been taken care of, so far so good.
Definitely, and with a player advantage, Katsu does seem to be poised to potentially win out their first round, and this being on defense. Now we will be seeing lots and lots of pressure coming from Dirt Tunnel, so it is up to Nog to defuse that pressure and get the kills to relieve it, all in all. But we'll have to see as the round plays out how this truthfully will go. With about 1:30 on the clock, the time is ticking down for EG, but as we do know, they are methodical, they do play off time, and they pace themselves extremely well. So this is no big feat for them.
Absolutely. So Nog here has absolutely been drowned out. The flashes. Oh, he will survive the first one. He will even survive the second one. Who was over his shoulder? It's Noski who will come here to to the rescue. He's able to get a first kill. Will not get the second one. Necrox here with a nice kill. It's now a 2v3 situation. Gotcha planting the diffuser. Necrox absolutely has to cover, and he does so. No nitro cell is being tossed in time, and the one that does get tossed will not get the kill. Necrox now in a 1v3 situation. The Maestro Cam will absolutely take all the possible intel on his position. So this was looking pretty grim for him. He was able to hold out the pressure for well, way longer than I actually would have expected. You know, he was being surrounded by basically 4 enemies. He was not able to get the kill, but in the end, yeah, he did as good and even better than I would have given him credit for.
Yeah, I mean, being a 2v3 situation, both with hard breaching operators, they held themselves pretty well. Of course, you know, they were overrun in the end, but it was a great effort from EG overall. Of course, you know, it does come down a lot to the guns that were actually used there and the actual players that had to go against each other. Necrox not being one of the biggest fraggers for EG, but again, he held up very well against all odds of the whole entire team of Katsu. But regardless, both on each side, you know, amazing effort. I cannot say anything else to commend them. Just great teams.
So we have won the first defense in the at the bottom. Now we have to win on cash. And yeah, I did talk about the operator bands who will heavily favor a hole at the top floor. It yet remains to be seen if Katsu are able to play off of that. I do see two, well, it is expected to be honest, but still, we do see both Valkyrie and Maestro making an appearance, so we will have quite a few cameras to put up left and right. Though both are different in nature, they still at their core are cameras. And so I would not expect Katsu to be surprised. They will definitely have eyes everywhere. It just remains to be seen how they will play given this. For example, here, barricading that window to cover, or to create a visual cover more than anything else, I haven't seen too often, and I'm quite interested to see what it gives, because usually the guy defending Garage, in that case Nog, might want to use the cross angle and the crossfire here. And Makarov, should he just be rushed, being in the cameras here, that could have been lethal really early on.
Definitely, and somebody said in the chat, just to make up a conversation, everybody is sleeping on the Gotcha pickup. Well, to be fair, I would have to say they did switch out Gotcha for Geo. Geo being one of the biggest fraggers to date, the highest cost on the team of EG. So, I mean, of course, Gotcha is a pretty good pickup, I would have to say, from TSM, but giving TSM the power to have Geo might have been too much. But yeah, walking right back into the round, there is going to be lots and lots of hard breach efforts, and that being completely taken care of by Noski from EG. So yeah, Gotcha attempting to hit the wall with his exothermic charges. It's not going to work out, guys, unfortunately. The bandit trick is just too much for them, and with the Capital being out of play, it makes it just that much harder to prevent the actual bandit tricking from happening. But nonetheless, it is going to be the attempt that counts, right?
Yeah, the attempt definitely was there, but without, yeah, and Makarov finally went for that spawn killer run-out attempt. It did not work, obviously. The EG guys were absolutely ready for this, leaving us in a 4v5 situation with over a minute remaining on the time. As you said, EG, they're really good at playing the clock. They are absolutely not stressed out by, well, 2 minutes having just been used to basically open up a single wall. This does not seem too impressive of a feat, but once again, their playstyle is slow, is methodical. They want to know everything, and once they go in, they will be not just 100%, but like 150% sure what they will be doing. So, with only 45 seconds remaining, the Toxic Babes will slowly but surely be used up. Nog here will be receiving some pressure, but he's still using the drones. The good news is he can see without being seen, but he was not able to destroy all of the drones before. His positioning was, well, picked up on Young. Sadly, team killing NVK. He is able to redeem himself by getting the kill on Habibi, but here Nog with the kill on Gotcha does not get the double kill, but still, he was able to flush out the bearer of the diffuser. This will force somebody to run around and go pick it up. And now, that could become a bit of a critical situation when looking at the timer. 15 seconds remaining. The attackers will have to funnel in somehow.
Yeah, this might turn out to be a death match for the attackers. A 2v2 situation now is Katsu, or sorry, 6, picking up another kill. Diffuser is going down by Necrox, but the kill is going to be taken on Necrox from 6. The angle, the passive angle, was not enough for EG, and the round just completely went to Katsu. That is so unfortunate, guys.
Once again, I no longer know who said that in the chat, but you are absolutely right. Let's not give Katsu too much, let's not throw too much shit at Katsu. They were attacking on Clubhouse. As soon as they started defending, they started winning their rounds. Will they be able to have a 6-round streak? This is actually the only question that matters, because if they do, they're not out of the woods yet. They have, well, the overtime to to win as well. But if they're not able to win the 6-point streak, well, EG have already won in essence. So far, so good. But yeah, we're still just at the beginning of the hill that Katsu has to climb.
It is not necessarily a hill, but a mountain at this point. With 4 rounds under their belt, EG has a long lead ahead of Katsu. So Katsu is gonna have to think of something quite different if they want to finish out these rounds with success. So far, they have been very successful to make it a little bit more repetitive in their rounds, but overall, I still would have to say that Evil Geniuses is still very poised to win this one. They are in the lead. They have their round set for them. If they just are able to attack with the right amount of effort, with the right amount of tenacity, with the right amount of chemistry, whatever you want to call it, they can have an easy way of winning out this point here and walking themselves into bank, their prime map.
Absolutely, so Katsuhyo are not in a good position, and I think they know it. They play accordingly. Though, admittedly, a few things still surprise me. Nog, for example, here being pretty much at a crossroad behind, or between, should I say, a few different pathways. Though he has barricaded 2 of them, and with the barbed wire, definitely he will be the first one to receive any pressure should any push come from the first floor, which, looking at Modiga's positioning, is quite possible. And VK preparing a grenade. Do you truly expect someone to be there? That would just indicate poor droning on Evil Genius's part, but as I say this, we do see a drone hopping into cache and thus telling us exactly who's where, and VK does not get the kill, but only because Necrox got it first. It is now going to be up to 6 to basically hold off nearly all of the EG's team, and that will just be too much to ask of him. He will thus pull back.
Definitely. So, with about 1:30 left on the clock, we will be seeing a 5v3 situation. EG definitely in the lead on this one. They do seem to be in the factor for winning out the rest of the round. If EG is only able to pick off the individual players of Katsu, they will have a definite chance of winning out their rounds. Now, of course, players on Katsu can't take too much pressure before they start cracking, so it really comes down to the pressure that is applied. NVK, just as I say that, gets the amazing kill on Smoke, and now with the 2v3 situation, NVK fragged out. It does come down to the Jaeger and Goyo to finish out the round. Now Modiga, Necrox, and Young are still up with a 1v3 situation. 6 is left to defend himself, and fortunately not able to finish out the round for himself.
Absolutely, so this was it. Young getting the final kill. They went slowly, they went methodically, and it paid out. What else is there to say about that? We are thus now heading into Bank, which is notorious for being EG's favorite map. So what are your thoughts about that? How good do you think Katsu's odds are right now? My guess is they're not going to be very good, but exactly how low do you think they are?
Attackers have recovered their diffuser.
I'd say 75-25. They don't really have too much experience under their belt. I really haven't seen them play too much Bank, especially comp against this new setup of EG. They do have VODs to go over in the case of EG, but not
God
too
damn it.
much.
Sorry, that transition always overloads the computer. I absolutely have to upgrade a few parts at least. We want def for Bank. Yeah, sorry. So yeah, we'll just have to set that up. Sorry to cut you short there. So Katsu on the blue team, they want to defend, and yeah, you take it over.
Alrighty. Yeah, as I was saying, I'll just sum up 75-25, but I would like to know what everybody else in the chat thinks. And who do you guys think is gonna win? Do you think that EG has a chance, or does Katsu have a chance at winning out a few rounds? Let us know.
Alright, so Katsu defends first. Do you guys want to take 5 minutes off, or do you guys want to play the game right now?
Yo, we're ready.
Evil Geniuses, what about you guys? One sec. All right, no problems. So, there you go. They will want to take a short break. So, that was a nice game all in all. Not too many surprises. We did expect the defense to win the overwhelming majority of the time. Actually, the defenses lost only once. But that was the only straw that it took to break the camel's back in that situation, being Katsu's defeat against Evil Geniuses. And since we have just swapped the sides, let's do this. Thank you very much. And yeah, I don't think I have too much to add to that, because what you said was absolutely 100% correct. The upcoming game here, this is EG's map. Katsu are going to be defending first, and as you said, there are VODs and everything. I don't expect there to be too much surprises for either of those teams, though as we've seen, or as we've heard Katsu say before, they tried. Alright, good luck, have fun, and may the best team win. They've tried their best. That was fast.
Thank you.
They have tried their best to keep their coastline strats under lid. They have made their best to keep them unknown. So maybe, and I know it's a far-fetched type of hypothesis here, but maybe, just maybe, they're doing the same for Bank. Sorry for my stuttering. You take over. I am. I'm done with this sentence.
Yeah, they might be saving the strats for Bank on on a CL team, but who knows? Who knows?
So yeah, Hibana will be the first ban here, unsurprisingly.
Yeah, of course, Habana is going to be a cornerstone of any attack, especially walking into Bank. There's a lot of hard breaching opportunities, lots of places where you can take those opportunities. But our second pick will be Jackal. Jackal is an interesting player because he doesn't normally get picked away at Pro League, even though he's a very logical pick to ban. He doesn't really get taken away, so my question is, who is behind the pick on Jackal? Do they just want to take away any roaming capabilities that Katsu might have?
So here's a different approach on it. So yeah, maybe it was a target ban, which is as far as I could tell what you were kind of referring to. But maybe it was really just a matter of playstyle. Maybe they really hate the anti-roaming game, which is why they want to get rid of it, which would in turn imply that they themselves want to roam. This question will be answered, well, as soon as the game starts, really. But that will be it for our bans. All in all, what do you think? Are they favoring the attack or the defense?
I think they kind of both really go both ways in that regard, because I mean, if you're taking away Echo, right, you take away a lot of plant deniability. If you take away Jackal, you're taking away lots of roaming, like roam clear capabilities. If you take away Habana, right, you're taking away a lot of hard breaching capabilities. So I think really weighing it all together, because Mira, again, she's a very strong operator as well, so I think 50-50 on that one. They took away a lot of strong operators on both sides. And yeah, to correct myself, I think I said that Jackal would take away I don't even know. I just I'm tired right now. We're trying to get through this as best as we can, but
yeah, the hours are definitely dragging by. We're halfway there to midnight, which is, I believe, a bit later than we usually cast, than I usually cast. Definitely. At the very least.
Of course it's worth it, but
absolutely.
Yeah, it's really late, and especially for me, I have school tomorrow, but whole other thing. Let's get back to the game. Alright.
Mycroft here will be going for a run out, will he?
Possible run out is going to be a run out into Bank Alley. Oh my god, he doesn't even get anything done. I think it really just went for presence at that point. Did he want them to know that he was Pulse?
Yeah,
What is this? Is he a gunner?
EG, yeah, EG now will be looking for him actively, and now they will just be, I don't want to say wasting time, but
Alerted. They're alerted.
they were alerted to his presence, and by him just going away, he is invalidating this intel that they might have had on him. So now they'll go for a complete sweep of the top floor, which will turn out nothing as he's not there anymore. Is he even going back to the basement? Well, he's halfway there at the very least. So yeah, this was just all a distraction. It was for the show. And so far, are EG aware of this? It doesn't seem so, because they're still upstairs kind of expecting somewhere to be there, because if not, or if they knew that nobody was there, why would they still be at the top staircase? Young here definitely going back down, so they have picked up on his absence, but still, it will be, if I oversimplify a bit, they have used around a minute here just to realize that nobody was there. This will be good news, since Habibi's smoke and Goyo shield, or Vulcan shield, sorry, his positioning here can be really interesting. So he is also in a really good position to play for time, but that grenade will detonate the shield really quickly. Therefore, well, the smokes and the fires will overlap in the time here. Therefore, you can't really say that you have won too much of an advantage, and this is not outside of EG's comfort zone, I'd say.
BB still does have the Jaeger, so Jaeger at the bottom of blue stairs, so he can actually play a little bit farther back. He is going to have to play a little bit more passively, but he does have the opportunity to do so. Jaeger also holding in server room, so there's quite a lot of support for Habibi if he does choose to roll back. Now, we are going to be seeing engagement, and Habibi is lost on that one. Gotcha taking down Habibi, but with lots and lots of damage taken upon him as well. There's definite live information going in for Gotcha now, and Gotcha gets taken down, sorry, and that is going to be the diffuser down as well. Now, Maverick attempting to play a little bit more aggressive on the hatch. He might be jumping down here in the case that Jaeger can get taken down. Just as I say that, Jaeger is going to be prey to the Capital bolts and a well use of utility. Now, Maestro is going to be sitting at the CCTV door while it is going to be smoked, and as I say that, the diffuser is going down. 1v2 now. Young attempting to hold his own, only 25 health left for himself. He is climbing a steep battle, and the defenders win out the engagement between Young and Nog.
Yeah, there was absolutely next to nothing that was possible here. But the one thing I really did enjoy seeing was that EG they were willing to fight up until the bitter end. Remember last game when Katsu were facing unsurmountable odds, they just gave up and caved in. This is something I personally don't really like to see, because, well, giving up is never good for this show, isn't it here? Talking about the very first kill here that you saw on replays, Smoke actually missed his first bullet. Had he, had a truer aim, the outcome of the game, or the round, would have been a bit different. I'm not saying that EG would have won, but the EG's defeat could have been a bit earlier, you know? Nonetheless, here we go. They really did not manage their time well. Young, in particular, being the last guy alive, was just not able to funnel in, and they, all in all, did not have enough time to put pressure on the objective. They took too much time just getting there, which ended up costing them the first round. But yeah, this is Bank. They're on offense. Let's not throw too much shade at them, just like we said about Katsu last game.
Definitely. Of course, we know EG as a historic team, this is their map, so they do have the ability to come back. It's only the first round, and of course, it's a strong round for Katsu, so they might actually be well, confidence-wise. They might actually be on a morale streak, potentially a momentum streak, so this could give them the break and possibly the win that they've been hoping for.
Alright, so right now, what I absolutely will remark is that we have 3 intel gathering operators. Though Nog's Evil Eye do serve a secondary function, at their core they're still a camera. just like Valkyrie's and Mozzie's. Well, he basically has a camera on wheels. Katsu playing heavily on the side of gathering intel, maybe to the detriment of other types of utility. For example, no Jaeger will indicate that Katsu here are going to be somewhat exposed to nades, though lucky for them, nobody on EG has frag grenades in their inventory. Nonetheless, this is going to be a pretty unilateral, well, utility pick for Katsu here.
Definitely, Young is going to be, however, walking into the CEO office completely uncontested at this point, and he is going to take advantage of such an opportunity by really showing off his dominance there. He might be able to get a verticality angle, especially for an objective that is so easily contested by verticality.
So here we got it. The hatches have been opened. Yet remains to be seen how they will be pushed. Gotcha is absolutely there. And oh my lord, I had not realized the objective was here. I don't know. I would have expected it to be top floor. I really did not pay attention. Or actually, no, you know what? I thought it was by the archives and tellers. Wow, sorry about that. massive lapse of concentration here. And in hindsight, it does make sense why we'll see so much intel gathering gadgets. This is quite an open site, and there are quite a few possible ways to get into it.
Yeah, definitely. It's quite an interesting site. It's definitely a site that is going to be one to throw off the attackers. Obviously, as we see here, the plant, however, is already going to be going down by Gotcha. And with a 3v5 situation, this does not look good for Katsu. And with Gotcha going down, now a 5v4 situation. It is all up to Mozzie and Smoke to bring this back, take the retake, and get the counter defuse, all within half of the diffuser time.
This is looking really difficult for Katsu here. Makarov in a 1v4 situation. One player was down, but has been revived since. He will injure himself in his own nitro cell, and he'll be taking damage from multiple angles at the same time. Evil Genius is able to easily overpower him and win their first attack round. Should that game be anything or anywhere similar to the previous one, winning only one round on offense would be the difference between a victory and a defeat. So, oh, goddammit, I went for the wrong transition. Sorry, guys. But yeah, so should we see a similar game to last map, EG would have hypothetically already won, though this yet remains to be seen.
Definitely, and especially having to work on quite challenging and intimidating sites. They took it very well. They took it very calmly. The actual real challenge came for the defense, as ironic as it is for Bank, out of all places. So I truthfully think that EG does have the upper hand on Bank, and you can even see it through their attacking rounds.
Attackers activating diffuser.
Yeah, sorry about that. I have a few things to take care of behind the scenes. So, now we will see exactly what we were expecting the top floor hold. Katsu here will be playing definitely a bit more intensively on the roaming, as we have not yet seen Vigil out of all of the games we've played tonight. Well, this is actually the fourth map of us casting Katsu. Never ever have we seen Vigil, and is he actually going to go for a run out? He might, and I would see the merit in that, you know, somebody repelling at the main lobby windows to go for those cheeky long angles could be hypothetically vulnerable to Makarov, who is currently just listening for those sound cues. He will be running out nonetheless, and it is going to be met with resistance, but still, somebody was there. His instincts were right.
Definitely, but it is going to be more damage inflicted on the Vigil rather than the other way around. So, as unfortunate as it is going to be failed run out. But yeah, it really seems like EG is just prepared to wait for the aggressivity of Katsu, especially after having to run through their last match with all of that calculated aggressivity. So, at this point, it's really not new for EG to be expecting these types of things, and it really kind of is immature at this point to not expect Katsu having their aggressivity. And who knows, it might be a little bit miscalculated.
So here NVK would hypothetically be really open to one of those Makarov's runouts, but he's no longer in the immediate area. Actually, he's now in the office hallway. So should anybody come up the main door, he would be ready to greet them. NVK, though he's by the main door, is not gonna run through well that doorway. He's really just going for the long angles. This is why he's playing the G36 right now. Is he gonna see anybody? So far, it doesn't look too good after all. Except maybe Nog. Nobody's gonna pick him of their own free will. He will absolutely, he being NVK, rely on somebody else on his team to force a rotation or something along those lines to be able to to see the defenders here. But with that being said, NVK is no longer there, and the pressure is absolutely mounting on the objective.
Sorry about that. Ooh. Oh my gosh. Okay. 1
You
minute
good?
left on the clock. Mojica is going to pick up a double kill. We are also going to be seeing a flank coming from 6. Unfortunate as it is, a failure at that. But the diffuser will be planted this time by Gotcha, and Gotcha gets down before the diffuser can be placed. But with 40 seconds left on the clock, EG is going to have to form up on that objective soon. And with 6 holding off the Skylight Heaven area, it doesn't really seem like a big chance is going to open up for EG. But as I say that, the rest of the players on the objective do get fragged off. So it is up to 6 and only 6 to defend himself and win out the round. But it is a big mistake on his part to be playing as aggressive as that, and miscalculated one.
So there we go for the replays. This was a pretty unilateral push, wasn't it? We were absolutely going for the hard breach, and what can I say except it worked. Let me just answer the chat real quick, because I absolutely deserve this shade. I was not. Yeah, so about the lack of concentration in the previous rounds where we hadn't picked up, or I at least hadn't picked up on the actual position of the objective. If you guys want to throw some shade my way, I will absolutely deserve it. But yeah, EG, it was a unilateral push here. They were able to open up the reinforced wall. From there, you just walk in, plant the diffuser, throw a few kills here and there into the mix, and you've got yourself a, well, a recipe for success. Do you say that, or is the expression only recipe for disaster? Nonetheless, it worked in their favor. The only remaining defenders were Roamer, who had to get back on site. And, well, they're defenders. They're not attackers. They're gadgets. Katsu's team now are, well, not exactly meant for taking the objective. Therefore, they put themselves at even more of a disadvantage than having the attackers have to take control of the site in the first place.
Definitely. So it really seems to be that one misstep from Katsu can really cost them the round. I mean, it's just even small mistakes that start adding up, because Evil Geniuses is such an amazing team that if you let them have one opportunity against you, they'll take it and they'll go a mile with it. And it's so unfortunate to see that being played out right in front of us, but it's honestly the proceeding of what happens when any CL team type of really just goes up against such a professional pro league team. And the skill gap is obviously there, but of course they are working as hard as they can against it. And you know, you try so hard and it still sometimes isn't enough. But let's actually talk about the round. So Pulse is going to be taken away from the round fairly quickly. That is, again, the calculated aggressivity that just gets completely shut down by EG. They do know how to deal with it at this point. Their adaptability is pretty keen for Katsu. So this is definitely going to be a big hard breaching opportunity for EG, and Habibi playing in the same place. Katsu definitely is going to get dealt with here, and EG is gonna make pretty quick work of them if the same proceeding happens this time around.
Or even if the frag grenade gets a lucky kill, but no, Habibi once again missing his shot and falling to an early demise, definitely earlier than last round. So let's just remind ourselves, Katsu, the only round they've won so far was in the basement here. CCTV and I forgot the English name for the other bomb site. It is becoming quite late here, but nonetheless, Sixer will have extra job or extra work to do as, well, the timer ended up being Evil Genius's demise. This time, the same situation or the same rule will definitely not apply. Noski, last operator alive, is not on the objective, and he's nowhere near it. He'll have to go for a complete retake of the OBJ, and in the meantime, as I switch cams, in the meantime, I was going to say you could absolutely expect the diffuser from being planted, but all of that is going to be for naught since Modiga was just holding the line.
Somebody just tried to correct me saying it's aggression, not aggressivity. It doesn't matter whichever way you use it. It doesn't, but I should stop listening to the comments. Anyways, we actually are capping at 350 viewers.
Yes.
This is absolutely crazy, and the chat is going wild. You guys are very against each other on this one. You guys, I think you guys really are not giving enough credit where it's due, because Katsu really, they are trying their hearts out. I mean, this is a pro league team. Again, you have to remember that they are going up against, so it's kind of hard to, you know, go up against such an experienced team. And the fact that, you know, as an outsider looking in, most people don't even really realize how truthfully, like, hard it can be. You know, me being one of them, especially watching PLcast, thinking like, hey, I can do that. It's really not. Like, you can't. It's so hard to get where these people are, and I commend them for even being here in the first place, because it is probably one of the hardest things that you can do in esports.
Absolutely. Looking at it, it always seems easier, but once you have to do it yourself, you think to yourself, wow, I thought it was going to be way easier. But you know, that's kind of the magic of it. They really do make it seem easy, and isn't that the point of sports and esports? To just be amazed at how far people with dedication can go. So really, I absolutely enjoy casting this game tonight for the reasons I have just cited. It seems that like we're going to go for a bit of a variation on the previous strategy with a Vulcan shield both at the top and at the bottom of the staircase. Let me just find it for you. Here it is. So definitely we are still playing for time.
So the one thing that Katsu keeps on repetitively doing is playing on blue stairs, and the one thing that EG keeps on repetitively doing is taking away Katsu from blue stairs. So my question is, why is BB still persisting and not playing anchor on the objective? Because at this point you really just are giving a free frag to EG, so you might as well just play anchor and allow EG to have that position in order for you to really have more of an impact on the round when the time comes, especially in terms of plant denial, where smoke is most useful.
So we saw Modiga just turn around real quick, thus showing us that there are absolutely no roamers wherever. Habibi will absolutely be on his own, and will he be able to well, hold off the pressure? So far he didn't really get any, but what I do like to see is the very first time both the smoke canister and the Vulcan shield were burning at the very same time, which was not really an effective way of using your utility to play for time. Obviously the Vulcan shield always ends up being destroyed by the attackers. So it's really up to Habibi, who will go in for the rush instead of fleeing behind the nade. That will absolutely work as good as you might expect it to. He had absolutely no way out of this situation alive, so taking the life in that case of NVK was as good as it was going to get. And actually it's the first time he gets a kill playing this role, so hey, I have to commend him on that, and that's absolutely progress. What will not be progress though will be Six, who is unable to get any kills, and now with 45 seconds remaining on the clock, the pressure is gonna be mounting up on the objective. 45 seconds, knowing Evil Geniuses, is more than enough for them to pour in and to be able to get the kills.
Oh my gosh, okay, I am being thrown into a very intense situation here. We will be seeing Nog holding the persistent angle from a garage into the actual objective. Now Kacha attempting the plant in its finality, and Goyo is going to be taken away from his spot in red. Modiga holding the hatch like an eagle, or hawk if you want to call it that, to say the expression correctly. Now with the plant going down, it's up to Maestro and Pulse in tandem to attempt to retake this plant. Now, Maestro attempting to hold off the hatch, but he is going to see aggression from somewhere else, and that is going to be from server. Now a 3v1 situation, Gotcha taking advantage of the Maestro Makarov having to walk into blind fire, and the attackers winning out their round 5. Here, if you guys want me to switch to aggression, that's fine. I don't really care. If y'all are so bent on my grammar, I'm sorry.
Well, that would be that would put us into an embarrassing situation, since when I'm not sure if my sentence is grammatically correct, I kind of rely on you. So please don't mess up your English. Yeah, but with that being said, just, you know what? Just go for aggro. Like, everybody's gonna know this is a slang. And then the question is it the right slang or the wrong slang? Not is it the grammatically correct or incorrect sentence. But yeah, if the chat wants to go for aggression, I mean, why not? It's just a word, right?
Yeah, you guys know what I'm saying anyways. Whatever, it doesn't matter. Frankly, I don't care. Yeah, it's nothing like, you know, especially because we're both tired. We would not, I don't even think we would be making half the mistakes that we are if it was not, what, 12 o'clock? So, yeah.
Yeah, it is now quarter before midnight.
Yeah, you gotta give it to us for casting for, what, 4 or 5 hours straight? So
it's been four and a half hours, so by now.
Yeah. You guys are being mean, okay?
Alright. Nonetheless, here we are. 6th round, last round before the role swap, and EG have been able to win quite a lot, actually, rounds on offense, which is looking really good for them, if I do say so myself. We will once again see the exact same composition, and this time I do realize that we are going to be in open space and kitchen. Not exactly kitchen, but you get the idea. And therefore the composition will be just about the same, with 3 intel-based operators, and the 2 others are going to be Castle and Mute. That combo is quite obvious. You do want to force the evil geniuses, guys, to push through the doorways that you chose, thus making them so much more predictable. And there really is only Ash that can easily, or Necrox maybe as well, that can easily get rid of those castle barricades. And yeah, Necrox is not really going to use his gadget on those castle barricades. Therefore, either you find your way around them, or you have to melee them quite a few times. Therefore, it might be playing into Katsu's hand here.
Yeah, and as we do see, the Necrox Maverick play is going to be used to flush out the Mozzie hold for the first floor. And with Thermite coming up on the 2nd floor down, this does seem to be a definite verticality play from EG. Now with Ash being taken out of play, that is going to put just a little bit of a damper on their actual attacking power, but not too much, especially considering that she is more so a straight entry fragger rather than anything else. So it isn't really going to prove to be too much of a default from them, or a fault from them. But yeah, so with the 4v5 situation now with only 1 minute on the clock, of course we know that EG is a big team that works on pace and that can pace themselves in a way where they get angles and they watch their cover, they watch their back, they know what they're doing in the time and when they're planting. So I really do have full faith and do trust them, even with about 50 seconds left on the clock, that they can get the plant down and they can work this out.
Yeah, and they'll have to make it not exactly pretty quick here, but they will have to eventually enter the building when talking about Necrox, and the other guys, they'll have to drop down the hatches, which is exactly what they're doing right now. The plant is going down, and dropping hatches, that does make for really predictable movements. Habibi able to cancel the diffuser being planted with the C4, but he is now out of C4, and Obviously, Moriga will be trying his best to finish what his teammates started. However, he'll fall down himself. 2v3 situation now. Young and Necrox will have to find an alternative with 13 seconds remaining. This is not looking too good. He is able to aggro here, or to tag, let's say, to not use that word. Nog, who will just turn around and get the kill. So the EG guys, they really take their sweet time to be absolutely sure of what they're doing. But should they miscalculate like they just did, should they not be able to plant the diffuser, they don't get a second chance just because they take so much time. And other teams, they would have time, they would go in way sooner. But it is kind of a trade-off. It is a double-edged sword. It used to work, or in most cases it does work. Let's not forget, we are at a 42 scoreline. But in that specific instance, it didn't.
Yeah, unfortunate as it is. I really think it did come down to, I truly thought, you know, even up until the last few seconds of the round, that EG did have it in the bag and that they really could pace themselves out well enough in order to get down a plan. But as Modiga got killed, their chances of losing that just kind of were thrown out the window. Just as the seconds increased, the chances of them actually getting out a plant and winning out the round just decreased. So it really is a trade-off of time and balancing out how well you're going to plant and how well you're going to actually secure the objective before you plant. So again, the positioning that goes into it, the actual control of the objective, there's a million different things. But of course, we saw that Katsu absolutely dominated that round by the end, and I really can commend them for that, because even with their performance on their defense rounds, going into a 4-2 split is pretty good for them.
Oh, Nog with the spawn kill, with the team kill as soon as he spawns in. How unfortunate. I really have to guess this was a mistake or an accident. The guy died as soon as he spawned in. There's no way this was a legitimate reaction time issue here. So, wow, unfortunate. He must have had his finger on the mouse, and he must have spawned directly behind his teammate. Really unfortunate, and it is the kind of disadvantage Katsu absolutely cannot allow themselves right now. This does not bode well. I have nothing else to add to that.
Yeah, a 5v3 situation by 2 minutes on the clock. It really is wow. Okay. Well, they definitely are going to have a much harder time trying to take back the rest of the round, but of course it's not impossible. So with a 3-4 situation, it is entirely impossible to win out this round, but a steep hill is something that they're going to have to climb. Now we will be seeing Necrox hiding in blue. He is going to be playing that all-famous blue strat that we've been seeing played unsuccessfully from Katsu in the past round. So now that Necrox is on it, he might actually be able to play it out the possible way that it is really intended.
Yeah, Necrox being absolutely way more aggressive than his Katsu counterpart here. He's going for a pre-fire, which will not hit anybody, but still, it does force the attackers to, like, be on their heels and to think about what they're doing. As soon as he fired, tosses a Toxic Babe, runs away, avoids the flashbang headed his way. He really does know how to play this position, and if you look into third person here, nobody is really well poised to push him. Habibi, though, was looking through the hatch and will be caught off guard by Necrox's little peek here. Not exactly a run out since we're still inside the building, but you get my idea. Though this time he will be pushed from downstairs, as both remaining attackers have jumped down the hatch, thus turning the tables. Now Necrox will be able to use the hatch, but obviously he just jumped right in front of Noski, who was not gonna let that fly.
Definitely, and with the swift refrag, it does cause Noski to be in a 1v2 situation against the resident Intel players. So with 30 seconds, it does not give him very much time to execute, but he does have diffuser, so it is a possible way into a plant and a potential win, even though the angles are going to be very passively held from the defenders. Now, if the defenders hold their angles right, they might just be able to win out the round and finalize this.
Oh, I was gonna pick Noski's POV next, but he was not flinching here. He absolutely wanted to plant that diffuser, though it did work. He was totally vulnerable to the Nitro cell from Gotcha that came his way. Evil Genius is winning round 7. This is what, now a 5-2 scoreline. Not looking too good for Katsu, though I do have to give them props, considering this is a defense-heavy map, and considering at this point, I believe it is quite clear that they're outmatched by Evil Geniuses. Even just planting the diffuser on that bomb site was, in and of itself, more than I expected from them. So, hey, good job on that, guys.
More than you expected from them, but at the same time, it was a feat of its own. So, I really can say with absolute confidence that that was a great play from Katsu, especially having a 1v2 situation and all in all being able to plant the bomb. Yeah, I can definitely agree with you on that one. I think, though, that one of the biggest factors going into this round was Necroc's play on smoke. He really showed Katsu how it really is to play smoke on those blue stairs. He really showed him how it is, and he played to his advantages, right? When the positioning was even against him, he was able to bring it back and go above the Thermite and Noski and actually get the kills that he needed. So he definitely flipped the chances of the attacking team actually getting into the objective and making a plant, but I would have to say that Katsu was already pretty poised to do the plant either way.
So here right now we'll be seeing something new from both teams. First of all, Young will be playing Alibi. We haven't seen her played on that map so far, so let's see what he is able to come up with. And Habibi is playing Line. We haven't seen a Line either. Does that indicate a will to be more aggressive? Because definitely when the E1D drone is active, if you don't push, obviously the defenders, Evil Geniuses in that case, will not be moving. So you have to give them a reason to either move or either not move. So Lion really does rely on his teammates, and I'm curious to see how the rest of the Katsu team will adapt to Lion's presence here. At the same time, Young, he has just used his Prismas, and they will be placed in, well, standard ways, you know?
Definitely. So, yeah, Lion is going to be a bit of a curveball to go against EG, but hopefully they will be able to, and fairly easily, adapt to what they're given, along with Katsu for the Alibi. Now, Valkyrie is going to be roaming in the normal spot she does. Now, this is actually a really interesting spot for Valkyrie to be sitting, especially holding out the main lobby. It doesn't really seem like there's all too much actual activity from the main lobby, so her position might be unfortunate, and we will see Noski grabbing the kill on Valkyrie just as I say that. I believe Noski did come from the other side. I believe it was Heaven, but I can't be sure. That wasn't on the cam at the time. However, with a 4v5 situation, it is looking quite grim for EG, with about halftime down, and Katsu now having the upper hand. They might be able to actually win out the round and get the plant if they do so play to their strengths this time around and don't play too aggressive.
So here's a nice little bit of trivia. NVK is not using the ACOG. So to me, this indicates he was not really expecting to find himself into long-range firefights, which, considering his position and considering where the push is going to be coming from, he absolutely is. So there you go. Is it just his personal preference, or is he really just ill-equipped for the current situation, which would imply he did not exactly expect things to go this way? I have no answer to that question, but there you go. With that being said, Habibi will absolutely take care of him. And you said it is looking for grim for EG. If it was looking grim previously, it is absolutely looking disastrous now. It is a 2v4 situation, 30 seconds remaining. The diffuser is well on its way to being planted, and Modega here is receiving pressure, thus he is unable to aid on the objective itself. He'll be taken care of as well, leaving Young in a 1v4 situation. I said 1v4, sorry, 1v2. Nice double kill here. So yeah, maybe, just maybe, he's currently pulling this back.
Potentially, and with even just below half health, he might actually be able to bring this home. Now, with Lion watching Sophia's back on the plant, it is going to be down to 3 seconds. So, if Young is able to take away the diffuser from the attackers, however, were able to, in time, take away the round from Young. I believe it was Young that kind of used his aggression a little bit too quickly there at the end, and his positioning was given away quite soon. And he might have actually won that out if he was able to kill the Zofia before she actually just before she got down the plant. But unfortunately, the round is this time going to go to Katsu instead of EG, putting us at a 5-3 scoreline.
So I did see a comment in the chat that I do want to like spark a conversation with. Katsu only got 2 points on defense, looks like a GG. What do you think of that? Because yeah, absolutely, defending is easier, but they were able to just bring home at least one victory on attack. So what do you think their odds are at this point into the game?
I can't really say too much about that, especially because the rounds are so unpredictable on Bank, especially for Katsu. They've been having some really close engagements between EG and them. It's just basically whoever gets the better jump on each other, whoever gets the better utility play, or whoever gets the better plant or positioning. It's a million different factors that go into that, but overall, I'd say that Katsu is unmatched by EG, and I don't really think the round count is what determines, you know, whoever is going to win. Of course, it has a play in it, but it doesn't exactly completely factor into it 100%, but I'd have to say that Katsu is playing a very hard game right now, one of the hardest that they might have to actually go up against, and for them to, you know, even be second rounded is against EG is, I mean, I'd say a pretty good feat for them, especially considering that they've only been together for what, I believe 2 months was the one of the players said to me.
So yeah, for a 2 months old team, that is pretty good, and thank you for a third person observator glitches. There we go, Makarov here absolutely having intel on, I believe it was Necrox, yeah exactly, but he did not seem to intend to do anything about it, or actually he was just waiting for the E1D drone to come in, and he will be taking strong positioning. He has, I believe, seen his opponent, but Young was just quicker to react, getting the first kill here, and he's also going to be taking intel on one of the attackers' positioning here. I'm not exactly sure who on Katsu it is exactly, probably Nog here, but nonetheless, the push here on the anti-roaming phase will be somewhat difficult due to the fact that the defenders here are being fed intel, and Vikalo was not ready for this, or simply did not listen to his teammate, because Young definitely is telling them who is where.
Definitely, and I think somebody said in the chat, I think where Katsu is going wrong is that they aren't winning. They have to adjust the strategy if they want to turn that around. I can agree with the second part of the comment, is that they definitely do have to adjust something that they're doing wrong. The strategy being one, definitely. They are playing a very repetitive game right now, and if they want to keep continuing the strategy, it just makes it that much easier for EG to combat it and go against it. So if they want to, you know, continue the way that they want, then yeah, give EG the easy win. But if they want to at least try to cap a couple rounds from EG, they're gonna have to change something real quick, because especially at the beginning of this round, Katsu seemed to have the lead, especially with the kill on MVK, a really good fragger from EG, and they kind of really just gave it all away. They let themselves get bested by EG in probably one of the worst ways possible.
So here we can see that, oh, I thought Castle still had the advantage of surprise. Turns out he did not. Moda here getting the swift refrag, though Noski will be put to rest. 6 now in a 1v3 situation with 25 seconds remaining. He does not have the diffuser. His position, I believe, is known. If they don't know where he is, they will know by now. He has moved plenty enough for the defenders, for Evil Genius to hear about his position. So he'll have to push in, and this is going to be next to impossible. No advantage of surprise, you have to rush in head first, face to face against 3 opponents. I don't expect him to get 2 or 3 kills. And turns out he didn't even get 1. Evil Genius is now being in a match points situation.
Yeah, so we've obviously talked about no point of return before, so I will not bore anybody else with the rest of the details, especially because I think we're just talking out of our asses at this point. We are so tired. I don't know about you, but personally, I'm burnt out. 5 hours of casting plus plus, 5 hours plus of casting. So it's
Yeah, we've been there a
It's,
long time.
yeah, and I really do support, or not support, sorry, I really do appreciate the support that we're getting, especially for us being so burnt out at this point. I appreciate you guys and all the nice comments that you're making, even the constructive criticism. So thank you so much from the bottom of our hearts that you're actually able to tune in and give us a few views on something that is so obviously so dead at this point. It is definitely EG is definitely capping Katsu pretty clearly here, but we won't say all too much more, because of course we know Katsu is giving it their best effort. They deserve the rounds that they're given, and even though these rounds have been obviously dominated by Evil Geniuses, Katsu has been putting up a really good fight, and a lot of it has just been really close engagements, like I've been saying. It's been very close for EG. I feel like, however, EG is kind of giving up a few things. They're playing a little bit, you know, out of their comfort zone against Katsu, maybe, just because they can in that way. But yeah, enough on that. I will give the I'll give the mic to you.
But you know what? Actually, I wanted to just pinpoint something you said and run with it. So you said Katsu, well, they earned the rounds that they got, kind of implying that Evil Geniuses did not really make too many mistakes, and that the rounds Katsu won, they were legitimately able to best EG. So far, I've got to say, I kind of agree with you on that. I have not seen an obvious and easy mistake EG has done, though at the same time, to be honest, we don't really expect them to. So yeah, Katsu absolutely do deserve the credit of the rounds that they win. With that being said, let's jump into our match point situation here. Looking at the attackers, Habibi will be working his way towards the hatch. Thermite will be opening up the other... He's already up there. Opening up the other hatch. On Necrox will probably be receiving a fair bit of pressure from both sides as soon, or if, should I say, Modiga gets cleared out. We do see no other roamers, not that we expected any to be there. So Gotcha, yeah, he's not on the objective, but he's not roaming, and by a far cry. So really, it is going to be up to Katsu. Well, like it should be, as I said, but still, the attackers here have all of the initiative. So it's really going to come down to how Katsu want to play this. And I think it's one of the first times we see a push coming from tunnel, and it absolutely works. And VK also kind of pushed in, and he will be flushed out, leaving, or losing, should I say, about half of his health.
Definitely, and somebody said in the chat, this is one of the first times they've seen Young on Pulse. Of course, Young playing a resident support player. He's played Thermite in the past, and I believe he's played Smoke as well. Don't quote me on that, but yeah, so he, for him playing, you know, a roaming type, archetype operator is kind of something a little bit new for him, playing that. And of course, playing it against a lower level team might be the best way to get the experience with MA. But however, we will be seeing the main wall being opened up, the breach being possibility to get a plant down if the plant denial does not work in its effect. There also is going to be a nitro cell up, especially from Valkyrie at this point. Just as I say that, she will be prepping her nitro cell for the plant that will be going down. Now, Six is still going to be watching the hatch itself, so he might be able to actually prevent this nitro.
Aww.
And it is going to be stopped right before it can happen. 2 kills going down, not unfortunately on EG, and is going to be the attackers winning out the round. Noski grabbing a quick 2-piece.
So yeah, absolutely. What we said, or what I said, I believe still holds true. EG have not committed an obvious or easy mistake here. Like, correct me if I'm wrong, is there something I missed? And if I did, I'm absolutely gonna look like an idiot, but you know, EG played it the way you'd expect them to. The defense was quite classic. It did sadly not exactly work. But this is exactly what I meant. Katsu were able to legitimately best Evil Geniuses here. For example, destroying the Nitro Cell mid-air, thus preventing the barrel of the diffuser to be fragged out. The double kill here was maybe a bit of a mistake on EG's part, but other than that, really, Katsu just won their firefights, you know? There was no magic trickery here. It just came down to pure skill.
Yeah, I can definitely agree with you on that one. So, if we were to actually take a look at this round in effect, if I can get a screen on this round.
Oh yeah, that one.
Yes.
So Modaga definitely leading his team kills-wise. That would be a gross rounding up to say that he has double the kills as Young, but he has a substantial lead. Whereas on the Katsu team, sorry about that, by the way, but the Katsu team, you see Six is leading, but his other teammates aren't trailing too far behind, except Makarov, who is really having a rough game. So it's not really an all or nothing situation. We can't really say just kill the top fragger and the round's won. It does not exactly hold true for either of those teams.
For sure. Okay. Yeah.
Getting tired?
I'm so sorry about that. This is match point. This is probably going to be our last round. Thank God. I am so sorry. The 6 hours of casting, I am no Kickstar, so I definitely cannot go for that long. I don't even think Kickstar can go
Someday
that
you will.
long. Yeah, hopefully. But alright, so let's take a look at this round in effect. Now we will be seeing Thermite, Sophia, Capitao, Thatcher, and Maverick. I'm actually quite surprised that Maverick wasn't banned in the first place on Bank. He is a pretty influential operator when you think about it. I mean, of course, Habana being banned is a pretty good pick and all, right? But I'd say that Maverick has more of an opportunity to make a lasting impact on the round. So, what do you really think about that?
It's quite interesting because Hibana, she has the capability to open up multiple hatches, whereas Maverick obviously does not, you know? So I really do see the logic in that. Prevent 3 hatches from being opened or prevent 1 hatch from being opened. The math really does seem simple. However, when this was Zofia that was down, so she was able to get herself back up, but obviously Modega was going to finish her off before she could do anything. And well, as I switch POVs here, Jaeger, Modega just barely missed. I'm not sure exactly whose silhouette that was, believing it was Nog here, but yeah, if I would just go back to the Hibana versus Maverick ban. The thing is, Maverick doesn't really have a counter, you know? You cannot just like electrify the hatch and say, there you go, Maverick now cannot get to it. So it's really a difference into strategy. Do you want to rely on to protect the hatches? Do you want to rely on Artilla electric rollouts, or do you want to rely on roamers being able to get the kills? Is that, wow, is that... yeah, sorry, that toxic bait was tossed so perfectly, it even hit Nog in the face. Taking away just about 5 points of damage. It's next to nothing, but just to underline how perfect the throw was, you take it away. I have spoken for long enough.
Not only taking away the hit points, but taking away time from Nog. This is going to lead to now a 10-second time into where Nog can actually get on the diffuser and attempt the actual defuse. He did flash himself, unfortunately, so he doesn't really have eyes into the rest of the objective, but we will be seeing Young and Necrox retaking the objective, giving the defenders round 11, their last round to finish off the game. Thank God, you guys are absolutely amazing team. Wow, I cannot give this team enough praise. Thank you guys so much.
So here is a question for you. Do you want to try to set up an interview with evil geniuses, or are you so tired that you just want to cut it short?
I mean, we could try to get a few questions in for maybe I'm not sure who we would even talk to.
Well, you know what? Gotcha's the one that's added me on Discord, sorry, on
5 seconds left.
Uplay, so I could just chat him real quick. On the Uplay platform, Uplay being the only pretty much service I'm connected with him on. So yeah, let me just type it into the chat with him. There you go. I sent him the question, though I would not expect too much, well, I would not, to be honest, expect an answer since he is in a do not disturb mode. making it so that he's unlikely to see the message except if he's actively looking for them. And well, it's it's an EG player, you know, so you would expect them to get a lot of messages, and therefore I don't really think they sift through them. So we can say that we tried, and I am absolutely going to keep my eyes open for any and all answers on his part, but yeah, I would just temper my expectations. So the last thing really that I have left would be a little post-game analysis, and then I think we'll let everybody go. Do you want to start it off, or should I keep on going?
I think you can keep on going.
All right, so the first map, first of all, okay, that sounds redundant. Clubhouse. Clubhouse was Katsu's map. EG won both maps, obviously, but they had an easier time on Clubhouse, which you might think is somewhat ironic, but only when you just think about it. Katsu, they started defending on Bang, which gave them the opportunity to win a few rounds that way, which they did not really have on Clubhouse. The other factor would be the band operators, you know? The band operators on Clubhouse were heavily stacked in the attacker's disadvantage, which was not really the case on Bank, you know? On Bank, it was more evened out, almost as if the bans had not even happened. They did not change the meta, or they did not significantly change the meta. You know what I'm talking about? Other than that, on Bank especially, it really came down to the execution. You know, the way to defend, for example, the bottom floor with the CCTV, the blue stairs. Both teams did it. It just happens that EG did it better. Katsu, I don't exactly remember who held the blue stairs with smoke on Katsu, but that guy missed his shots a few times, and obviously didn't have the time to get another shot in before he was taken out of the game, or taken out of the picture, and therefore, well, that was an easy GG for Evil Geniuses, because they just had the deployment and the execution locked down. They just did what Katsu did, just a tiny little bit better. Did I miss anything?
I don't think so. I mean, we probably did miss something. But we are way too tired to really even attempt to compensate for it. It's a little bit too much right now. I'm sorry.
I absolutely understand what you mean. So, I will do only one last thing before we head off. I'll just want to check if any other games are still going. So, suppose another caster is going into a third map. That would provide you guys with around another hour of entertainment before we cut the stream off, be it with with a host in between those two actions, or without. So I will just check that real quick, and then after that I will just thank everybody for being here. Benny, what about Benny? Benny is still
not.
live.
He's technically live, but he.
Oh, God damn it! I have the ads. I'll just have an ad for every
you know
channel.
what he's on. Yeah, he's on. He's still casting Ape and Luminosity.
All right, so I guess we have Benny, we have Loaf, and we have Razors who are online, don't we? Yes, we do. So yeah, he's still online, 6-4. It's a match point situation, so but for Ape, so his stream might still be going on. Loaf, same situation, and Razor. You know what? Who do you want to host?
Let's go with Benny. He's a cool dude.
All right, let's go with Benny. So thank you everybody for being here. We will see you. I don't exactly know if there are enough casters, or should I say enough matches left for tomorrow, since there are only two. There's only going to be 2 matches past this point. But there's also the lower bracket, so I don't exactly know what or who we will be casting tomorrow. But rest assured that we absolutely will be on tomorrow. Just to make sure you'll be there too. You also will be available. Great. So thank you all for being here. We will see you guys tomorrow. Not exactly sure what game we'll be casting just yet, but you know what? Eventually, we will get there. So the one thing I just want to finish up is to have the replays on, and then we'll just be ready to see you guys say to you guys, thank y'all for being here. Thank y'all for the encouragement. Thank you for the constructive criticisms. We've received a few. If you guys want to say you suck, go kill yourselves, just please give us a reason, or give us the reasons why you do not like what we did. I will not hang myself, but I will absolutely read everything that might help me improve upon myself. Once again, thank y'all for being here. See y'all tomorrow, and good night.
Attackers have located a bomb. 15 seconds to go. Attacker's bomb diffuser has been dropped. 10 seconds left. Bomb located by attackers. 15 seconds left. by attackers.
I'm here, buddy.
Attackers dropped the diffuser. Operators, you have run out of. Attackers have located a bomb. Attackers have dropped the bomb. Attackers have dropped the bomb. Attackers activating diffuser. Defenders have eyes on. Attackers drop the diffuser. Defenders left designated 15 seconds to go. Time to ring some ears. 5 seconds to go. Attackers bomb diffuser. Go. 10 seconds left. Seconds to go. Defenders disable the diffuser. Defenders. Attackers drop the bomb diffuser. Seconds remaining. 10 seconds. A bomb has been located. Don't forget your big grenade. Serious trial coming up. Glass loaded! 15 seconds remaining. The attackers. Mission successful. Attackers dropped the diffuser. Attackers bomb diffuser has been dropped. Attackers have dropped the bomb. 5 seconds remaining. Attackers dropped the diffuser. Defenders have disabled the bomb. bomb diffuser. Attacker's bomb diffuser has been dropped. Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser. Attackers recover the diffuser. 10 seconds left. 15 seconds remaining. Attackers dropped the diffuser. 10 seconds remaining. Attackers are activating the bomb diffuser. Defender is approaching the kill zone. Defender has been discovered. The attacker's bomb diffuser has been dropped. 10 seconds left. Bomb located by attackers. 5 seconds remaining. Attackers have recovered their diffuser. Bomb diffuser to 15 seconds remaining. A bomb has been located. 10 seconds left. Defender is approaching a kill zone. Defender has been discovered. 15 seconds remaining. Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser. Defenders have eyes on the diffuser. Attackers need to protect it. Reloading, cover me! Drop the bomb diffuser. Left. Attackers are activating the bomb diffuser. Defenders have located the diffuser remaining. Attackers are activating the diffuser. Defenders have eyes on the diffuser. Attackers need to protect it. Activated device. staging area. Attacker's bomb diffuser has been dropped. 50 seconds remaining. Attacker has located a bomb. Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser. Attackers have recovered their diffuser. Attackers have located a bomb. Attackers are activating the bomb diffuser. Reloading. Attackers dropped the diffuser.